Hi, we're live.
7 years ago, we have a Lucas.
Lucas, how's everybody doing? It's late. It's 9:04. I'm 9 minutes late.
You're actually 6 minutes early. If you're always
Oh,
15 minutes late.
am I? Okay. We're like making moves. We're making progress. We got Fiend. Once again, I was not notified of this. Sir, do you have your notifications turned on? That might be a setting problem. I also just planned this like 30 or 40 minutes ago. Hi, Judy. Nice to see you. Click is a friend of mine for over a year. Criminal Network. I hope that if you talk to Click, I don't have anything to say. I hope that he's okay. I hope that, well, we're going to talk about Click later, so I'm glad you're here. Hi, woman. You got popped with Click. I don't think they want to pop Criminal Network in Indiana. I don't think they want you anywhere near their Indiana jails, to be perfectly honest. I think you're safe. I think that would be a bigger problem for them than you. Fill me in. Who's Leper? Who is Leper? Leper is the investigator, right? I think Leper's the investigator. He is. No, he's not. Yes, he is. He's the investigator who wrote the Todd Click probable cause affidavit. Leper is OIG and is the one who signed Click's warrant. Hi, Koala. Thank you so much for being here and for being a member. And I was just talking to DB about how I would like to do, I don't think I've done a members only live before, and I would like to. So yeah, everyone be a member. And I'm going to come up with ways to do things for members because I haven't really yet. Except I think you get emojis. I think if you're a member, you get like a fist emoji or something. Oh my God, thank you. Hammy's here. Hammy was cracking me up today. That's all I'll say. Love Hammy. Big fan of Hammy. Kelt. Hi, Kelt. Hi, Kathy. Rebecca Ann. Judge Jessica. We have a pretty cool, solid group. I have to say. I really like all of you. Hi, Royal Wheat. Is there a story behind the name, the Royal We? I bet if there is, DB, you probably know it. Or if it's private, you don't have to tell me. But I'm interested. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the fuck. You never heard of the Royal We?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Fucking DB is a fucking imbecile.
DB, have you ever had your head shaved like Luke here? Like that shaved?
Oh, whereabouts when I was in the Marine Corps, they say, Mama, shaved away all my hair. And then I was on the Titanic. And DB's fucking atrocious. Ghastly.
Y'all are frenemy. We have a lot of, we got some frenemy dynamics. Hi, Mandy. So, oh, by the way, my poll about what I'm going to dress as for when Yellow Jacket and I do our Halloween special episode was like neck and neck 50-50. And I started to panic because I was like, I don't know how to dress like Mudang the hippo. I don't know how.
Have you seen this community? We started way left. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We were pretty left to begin with. I don't know how much lefter we can go. Anyway, I was like, I'm going to have to be, I was like, Courtney, it looks like I'm going to be a hippo. And she was like, no, I don't want you to be a hippo because she wanted me to be Mothman. And I was like, I have to go with what the people want. But then in the last hour, Mothman did prevail. So looks like we're going to be Mothman. Love it.
We got a super chat. We got to crank that.
Thank you so much, Jer, the good Jer. And he messaged me earlier and let me know that yesterday. So I was actually doing something I don't do when I really like to read the chat when we go live. Yesterday, I kind of avoided doing that because I was scared and I didn't know if people were going to be mean. So I just didn't look. And Fiend let me know that I missed a couple really generous super chats. And I'm going to go back later and make sure that I do say thank you to everyone, because that's not necessary and so generous and very appreciated. Hi, Digital. Damn, Angela, really taking your time today. Oh, yeah. I made this silly, cheeky live title, and then I didn't even, and then I forgot to do anything with it. So, oh well.
Are you more of a Metro PCS burner phone person or a Boost Mobile?
Cricket.
Okay, Rex here, man. Calm down.
Do I look like a Boost? Actually, I did at one time have a Boost Mobile phone.
My favorite was Poser Mobile.
What is that?
Yo, Poser Mobile says you got a prepaid minute, son.
Was that like a jingle? Was it like a commercial? That's an actual like.
Y'all know what it is, but Luke won't know what it is. He doesn't understand this culture, this diverse, amazing culture that we have actually just co-opted from other cultures here in the United States.
It's like a hodgepodge of every other cool culture. We've just kind of sucked all the life out of them and made them our own.
Yeah. And appropriated it for our own
Name
needs.
one thing that is truly, genuinely American.
John Benet Ramsey's case.
Okay.
Coca-Cola.
Is it?
American Pie.
Kathy, thank you so much.
Rusty metal signs that you can get from American Pickers. Are those not good examples?
No, they're really good examples. I can't fact check any of them. And that's uncomfortable for me because I love to fact check football.
Hey, can we get a... Oh, Elise, what is... Isn't it awful that she said that? Football is with your feet.
But she spelled it the American way. American football. Did American football really originate in America? Probably not, but kind of.
We got it somewhere.
The U.S. Marine Corps.
Yeah.
That's pretty American. Hi, Chris. I like how you spell Chris. Chris. It feels like prestigious, Chris. Like whipped cream, Did you eat any ice cream? Go ahead.
Yeah, I did have some ice creams.
Yeah.
I just actually have one right here that I've been kind of eyeballing, so I'm going to get to that here in a second before it melts. But I did want to say, I heard you guys say the gentleman's name earlier on the PC8, and I think it's pronounced Lepia. Lepia.
Lepia.
Yep.
Like that.
I believe so.
Okay. I can't hang with y'all old. I'm sorry, Kathy. Yeah, this is late. They're getting later and later. Am I aging backwards? Oh my God. My lives are getting later. I don't know what we probably need to have a conversation about that. I don't know why. I don't know what's gotten into me. I've turned into like a night owl.
Is Lee Camp related to John Cougar Mellencamp?
Yes. It's his great uncle. Do you know I actually had somebody message me and ask me seriously if Randy Jones' middle name was Bitchmade, because I did a live where I referred to him exclusively as Randy Bitchmade Jones, and then I went so far as to say that was actually written on his birth certificate and that I could prove it.
And that's uncouth, right? That's unkind. And that's not very charitable of you to say that about such an upstanding reverend of a man.
Yes,
Randy
he's
Jones.
A reverend. He's a good man. A fine man. Hot Pocket. Hi, Hot Pocket. My aunt is the girlfriend who passed away. I don't think that's for me, so I'm not going to worry about it. Mama, hello. Where's M's? I don't know. Is there a time difference? Probably, right? I don't know. Where is the essay? Hi, Torso. Every time I see Torso, for some reason, my brain says like tortoise, and then the avatar is green, so I think of like sea creatures. That's all. Just wanted to share that with you. Hey, Cleveland. Hi, Shay Watson. What is that? Is that a dog in a top hat? That's fabulous. I love that. Rebecca Ann says, tell Click we are behind him. Yes, we are. Hi, Chelsea. Beautiful Chelsea. And smart. Gilletta. Oh, we have Delphi meme. Oh no! Our meme channel's dead. I don't know if I have any of them saved. Remember all those memes that we had in the not server? Actually, there wasn't that many. And they were whack. We'll make new memes. We can make new memes.
Hey, we got some memes.
Yeah. Jack Cass. Hi, Jack Cass. I don't recognize you. Welcome. Brian Anderson. I watched last night's live twice. I'm so sorry you went through that. Thank you for being a good person and a positive role model. That's a really kind thing to say. And thank you for bearing witness and watching the live twice. I really appreciate that. I watched it once. It took me a minute because I was like, this can be weird. Don't buy anything. Hi, Yellow Jacket. Oh, okay. Mothman with hippo ears, but make it sexy. I thought about how I could like really slut up Mudang, but then like I was like, is that cultural appropriation? Is that irreverent? Is that even feasible? Let's be real. I can barely get on my live on time. Am I really going to be able to like put together a sexy hippo costume in the next like 5 to 6 days? Probably not. The origin story will be revealed in due time. 80 people are watching. Actually, 101 people are watching. I'm behind. Is it annoying that when I do this, like go through, I'm asking the chat, DB, abstain. I like to say hi to everybody, but I don't know if it's annoying. Some people think it's annoying. Hey, true crime fangirl. I just slapped the like button with my wiener. Thank you. You are a prince. Hey, Nat. Nat was making me laugh yesterday. She said, Ange is horny for justice. And I said, that's so true. The one's back in the trash. R.I.P. Frank. Frank who? Pretty unique to the US. That's probably true. Your mom smoking ciggies while pregnant. Your mom, yeah. I guess mom doing a nicotine while in the first or second trime. It's pretty American. No, they probably do that everywhere. Mudang is a hippo, Yellow. I sent you. Didn't I send you the like all the memes of the? And it like it's like cheeky. It bites all of its handlers. So I'm told. Humping apple pie is American. Huktua is American. Lee Camp's grandfather. I'm almost Angela Button. I don't know who that is. Aaron, 3:48 a.m. My word. Tuned in at the end of last night and ended up awake watching so late when I realized what it was about. I'm glad you were able to watch. Pop Tarty is amazing and fabulous and wonderful and hilarious and has really good taste in music. The more you know. I watched a deep dive about the dark web, and I guess DB's sending my links encrypted or something, and that's why I'm not getting them. That's probably why. Hey, Kokomo, thank you for your support in the chat last night. So I did. Hi, Adrian. If you're still in here, I don't know how behind I am on the chat, but hi, Adrian. I'm happy to see you. I went back and watched yesterday. Interesting. I went back and watched yesterday your live with Prof. I always say Prof, like he's like a professor, with Prof. And I think it's really cool that people are sharing their experiences and are not, hiding out of, I guess, survival anymore. I think that that's really good. And I hope that that felt healing. And I really respected you for doing that. And I'm so sorry that you went through all of that. I didn't know any of that. That's terrifying. I feel like a lot of us have been going through similar things, you know, maybe like unique but similar. And it's a very like isolating, disorienting, and there's a lot of shame associated with it. You know, I just from personal experience, it took me a long time to talk to my 3D world support. You know, we talk about it here on the channel and you know, with like our online community, but in terms of like someone that I can like grab onto if I'm like feeling really sad, it took a long time to actually share what was happening because it feels shameful. And I think that that's anything that we can do to kind of untangle and detach that shame piece from it, because it shouldn't be shameful. You know, there's nothing wrong with existing on the internet and having strong opinions, you know, and disagreeing with someone and advocating for something you believe in. And nobody should be afraid to do that. And nobody should feel that if they're being victimized by people, strangers or known people, doesn't matter. It's scary nonetheless. That's not your fault. It's not your fault. You shouldn't ever have to apologize or make yourself small. And I'm really glad, Adrian, that you haven't left. And I'm happy to see you still here and that you haven't made yourself small. So that's what I want to say to Adrian. And I'm also sorry I didn't give you any heads up last night before I talked about any of that. So I hope that that was okay. But yeah, everyone be nice to Adrian. I know everyone loves Adrian and everyone is nice to Adrian, but if you know what's good for you. There was another one I was going to pin. Hi, All Eyes. Welcome. I visit All Eyes' comprehensive Delphi case hub repository of literally, I'm calling it the only link you need in the Delphi case to understand the Delphi case. I have that thing so fucking bookmarked. It's honestly the only place I go to find anything anymore, and it's awesome. That's all. Hey, Bonkers. Bonkers also shared an experience they had, and I really appreciated that, and I just wanted you to know that I saw that, and I see you and I appreciate you. I have Delphi memes. Oh, I know. I love your Delphi memes. Hi, Adrian. Look at all the love we have for Adrian. More of this all across the board. Missed last night, but sounds like a must watch. Moonding has no freaking culture. Luke, I don't know anything about it, but Adrian says, thank you for your kindness. Love you guys. We love you too. Today I shop for funeral shoes. I love you, Mandy. And that sucks. I don't know what funeral shoes are. I imagine shoes that you would wear to go to a funeral. And that sounds shitty. Donnie is still tweeting about wrestling. I think Donnie but I believe that Donnie is taking the night off to attend like a wrestling, right? Isn't he doing a wrestling this evening? I feel like I saw a wrestling on his Twitter. Julie Melvin was all over your live last night. She finally seeing the light. Julie is great. You know, Julie, like I said last night, I came into the Delphi case certainly later than Julie. I mean, Julie is local, but I didn't really get a chance to know Julie until last year, and I met her for the first time at Groundswell, and she's just a blast. Julie's great. She's a good heart, and that's what matters. And she's also really funny. I don't find it annoying at all. Good. Hi, Bree. Hi, Jojo. Did I miss anybody? Can you use a wiener as a stylus? You can probably use a wiener as a stylus. Yeah, I imagine you could. I think you could do anything you put your mind to. That's Neep, the mighty dog. It's giving like kind of Alice in Wonderland dog vibes, but like less scary. I'll be clipping that. It's always nice when people clip nice things that I say and not just, me blowing my nose or doing a Cheerio or like twitching or like. Is the prof a trusted source on Delphi? I have enjoyed Prof's streams. Prof, what I like about Prof is that he covers things that I don't. And I think that he has done a lot of research and yeah, I enjoy Prof's streams. He's a good person. So I try and watch like everybody's and like support. There's a lot of good information. What is a trusted source, Hammy? Who knows? I guess. I mean, I think so. I don't actually even know what Prof's theory of the crime is. I think that he, much like a lot of us, has been focusing on like, what are the acute issues right now? So like corruption, the state being shady as fuck, the state committing crimes against citizens, the lack of transparency, the oppressive arm of the prosecutor's office, coordinating with third-party actors. And did he coin the troll farm, or is that, I don't know if he coined that or not, but he talks a lot about like what we talked about last night. Prof has gone through this. I mean, he's been dealing with targeted kind of brigaded harassment longer than I have. And actually Prof was very, very kind to me back in December. Oh, I did not mean to pin this. Sorry, Rick, if you're in here, I'm not paying attention. Hey, KO. But, Prof has been very kind and very supportive, and he absolutely understands the underbelly of the Delphi online world, if that makes sense. I'm newer to his like streams, so I can't speak on his theory of the crime because I don't know what it is yet. But I also don't really have one that I'm solid on anyway, so I don't know. Wouldn't it be cool if we could actually bear witness to the Delphi trial? Wouldn't that be amazing? It's kind of like remarkable that is just like a pipe dream and it's not going to happen. Yeah. Prof's live. Okay, good. Yeah, I saw he was on earlier. Prof's live just finished. It was fire. Good. Long time no see. Hi, Gritty. I'm sorry if it took me forever to get. Oh, no. Okay, I'm almost caught up. Hey, Gritty. Good to see you, my friend. DB has a bookmarklet for it, which will scan your entire hard disk and send your nudes to him. Yeah. He's efficient, that one. Hey, Psych. Psych was also in the chat. It was really nice to see you last night, Psych. I went back like I said, I went back today and I actually watched the live chat, and I was like, I wasn't shocked because I feel like we really do have really good conversation and like just good vibes overall here. And I'm so appreciative of that. But I was just like very, very, I felt very seen and very supported and very humbled by all of your kind comments. So thank you everyone who was so gracious to me being a nervous pervis last night. Hey, Christine, DC. Hello. I love when you're able to join the lives. My God, go take a nap. I took a nap today. I didn't mean to. And it was just delicious. Hey, Big J Dick. I like your hat. Is that a hat? Yes, I like your hat. I wish that on StreamYard, so I don't know if it's like something that I'm doing wrong or if this is just like a StreamYard thing that they've not workshopped, but when I pin the comments, like the emojis don't show up, right? Is that like a me thing? I feel like that's probably across the board. But I wish you could see them. Yellow Jacket is a fierce moderator. She's a fierce everything. Yellow Jacket is just fierce. With what is that a picture of? Oh, it's kind of scary. What is it? What is it? Chains around something. Welcome. I don't know what that is, but I dig it, I think. Hey, Heather Brown. Love doing a Cheerio. Hi, Holly. Nice to see you. Prof throws everything out. Yeah, that's a really fair assessment. He is thorough. I think that would be the greatest hoax of all if Rick's attorneys paid and arranged for a detective to invent a third suspect angle into the case. I think the timing of clicks. Oh, I want to understand what that means, Travis, so I'm going to reread your comment. Think that would be the greatest hoax of all time if Rick's attorneys paid and arranged for a detective to invent. Oh, okay. So is that must be what some are theorizing about Click's arrest, that he's been like somehow that he did a collusion with the defense. And yeah, the timing of Click's involvement predated the public defenders. Well, it certainly did. Yes, Click's involvement in the case certainly, absolutely predated Brad and Andy by years. I have been avoiding channels that don't make me happy. So I actually have missed a lot of the conversation around Click's arrest. Twitter has been safe, although that's probably because I can curate what I see there. But yeah, I've been purposely avoiding the channels that I know are just they're just gonna do what they do. You know, fish gotta swim. So I'm kind of out of the loop on what people are saying. All Eyes and Yellow and DB and Sleuthy have been sharing and sending resources about, well, we can talk about that in a minute, but I have missed if there will be a recording of the trial daily, like with Lori Vallow. There will not be a recording of the trial via video. There will not be an audio recording released. There will not be any kind of real-time reporting allowed. And we are going to also talk about that because I reread Donnie's. So I listened to our friend Donnie Burgess with, I can't remember the name of the station he's with, but he is linked in the description of this live, his Twitter, Donnie. He's a reporter in Indiana, and he's doing really awesome investigative reporting on Delphi. And he interviewed our friend Gritty the other day. And maybe that was yesterday. Time is a rubber band. And so I listened to it, but then I went back today and I read kind of the short write-up, and I missed something originally when I read it. So I'm going to pull that up in a minute because I want us to read it together.
Yeah, reading is good.
Yeah, reading is good. I retain differently when I listen versus when I read. Curious Contrarian. The good thing about a burner phone, they're not too hard to come by, I'm told. Pretty accessible to the masses.
Fell off the back of a CVS truck.
Yeah, that's where I got mine. True Good Crime. Thank you. Making sure.
Time's up on your prepaid minutes, princess.
But I just bought minutes.
Excuse me for a second. Yeah, who this? Fees? What's up, dude? It's for you.
Are you fucking insane, dude?
Time's up on your prepaid minutes, princess.
But I just bought minutes.
Excuse me for a second. Yeah, who this? Fees? What's up, dude? It's for you.
Are you fucking insane, dude?
Love that. I had a callback to, I don't know why I know that commercial. It's probably a millennial commercial, right? It was probably quite popular in the day. Probably while watching sneaking TRL after school. Man. Hello, True Grit and Criminal Network. How big is it? My dick? Big. Pretty big. Shay says, I thought you were sounding half drunk. Somehow I was on 0.75. I've done that before. It's alarming. Still the same circumstances concerning transparency with the public during the trial. The good Baudette is here. Hello, Gina. I say this every time, but I think I sent a Gina comment or post from Facebook to Yellow or DB the other day because it was fire. Gina, never change. Seriously, you're awesome. Happy to catch a Moth live. No, you're not blocked, Jason. I don't think I've ever blocked you. DB, look at this comment. Do you see what I mean?
No, sorry, go ahead.
A picture of
that
a
is fucking
gingerbread man. The people are saying. I'm still not at the bottom at the end. Okay, I need to go faster. Hi, Dean. Welcome. Hi, Teddy. What is an electric weircat? I'm so glad you asked. Well, maybe Fiend, if you want, in a little bit, you can come on and talk about what an electric weircat is. They're all coming in. Welcome. Everybody's welcome here. 1, 2, 2, 2. What did I miss? What are the numbers for? How many people in the chat have seen leaked crime scene photos? Press 1 if yes and 2 for no. I have. No, no, no. Effing Fran. Woman says 666. All I says no, no. Mandy Bay gets it. Forever Young. Hi, Snarky. Good to see you. Yes, thank you. So, Donnie Burgess, he is with WIBC, and his Twitter is linked. And this is the radio. This is radio, right? Yeah, like old-fashioned radio. And they also stream on YouTube Live, and that's usually where I listen when I'm able to. But his Twitter is linked in the description of this video. I think I remember to do that. If I didn't, I will add it. Donnie is the chosen one. Good luck, Donnie. There will possibly be a huge tent draped over the whole courthouse, like a crime scene tent, like a crime scene tech tent. Okay. I guess that's a good use. How much is that going to cost them? Is that in the additional $2.1 million appropriation they just... I tell you, man. Hi, Christy Sharp. This is the only channel I follow other than Bob's that I've seen any reporting on it. I'm so happy that you're here. This is a channel that I recommend with all of my might. You can put it back up if you want. You love that picture. This is Leper.
I think it's pronounced Lepia.
Leplach. How's your strep throat, DB?
Oh, I'm healed up.
Completely?
Yeah, here's me with strep throat. I took a picture.
Let's see it.
Things were different back then.
Gosh. Is that your rash from your...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of a rash.
I love that picture. It's a good one. Hey, Hootis. Hootis, actually, I don't want to die. I don't like... If anyone is going to be at trial or planning on attending the trial or... Yeah, intending to attend the trial and wants to share that information, I would love to hear from you if you want. No pressure. I can certainly understand why you wouldn't want to. 2 agents that Click mentioned in his deposition. I feel like I'm a little bit behind the curve on Todd Click. I actually just... All Eyes was my introduction into the Ferenczi, Click, and Murphy arm of the Delphi case. And probably within the last month or two, I've been trying to make up for lost time. And I just read, I know do we have a Todd Click transcript from the recent hearings? I think we do.
We'll have to check with one of the librarians.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure they're already putting the exhibit numbers in the chat, but
okay. I did read the notes though. I read Yellow's notes from Click's testimony, and but I still feel like I'm much less versed in that part of the case than, for example, All Eyes has done. Just insane amounts of research on that. So.
Yeah, I feel a little lost sometimes, you know what I mean? Kind of missing, kind of gone.
Hey, remember that time? Well, never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Shining Shogun, ISP intelligence unit in shambles.
Well,
sucks to suck.
I doubt that.
Yeah, I think they're fine.
I think they're high-fiving, dude.
Probably, yeah. I was on point. I'm not even close to where you're alive. I'll try to catch up and do better. You're doing fine. Who's that?
Okay, guys, we found a fun little app. gonna put it in the chat.
Do you like the emoji app?
Send me really funny emoji mashups for the chat.
Yellow had a really good one on her first.
Oh my god, she literally created the best one right off the
I know,
fucking
I
bat.
saved
I
it.
was so mad, dude.
I want it to be like an actual I think she knows how to make like actual little emojis, like emoji sized one. I want her to turn that one into a little one so I can use it. I think that blocking is Fiend's love language. Blocking and unblocking perhaps is like, maybe that's like Fiend's, love language.
Someone called it defensive mechanism.
Yeah. Given that private investigators are sometimes called dicks, mine is and are human size. Love that. We love your human sized dick. Hi, LD. I love you.
I think Click is probably getting a pretty good deal on his attorney right now.
Yeah, I don't know if you're able to stay, DB, but I want to. I am full of inspiration and good intentions at the beginning of lives, aren't I? And I never actually close the loop, but I do want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you shared with me today about Click and that situation. Just things we've been looking at.
Yeah, what's up with that guy?
I don't know. I blocked him. Fiend, can you explain relativity? A bachelor's in psychology would definitely qualify you to discuss linear time.
Interesting. Relativity.
A bachelor's in psychology.
The e-discovery app?
Would a bachelor's in, well, let me think about that. Would a bachelor's degree in psychology qualify one to talk about linear time? I don't know if I might need to fact check that, Dan. I don't know if that's in the curriculum. A lot of people have not. Oh wait, was one have or have not seen that? I don't remember. 2 and don't want to. Okay. College algebra and possibly statistics helps as well. Anyone in here hopelessly what?
College algebra?
Look.
What is college algebra?
Count on my fingers and toes. I am as close to dyscalculia as you can possibly have. I have worked I have worked several retail jobs, and I would have literal panic attacks doing basic math at the cash register. And I'm like, oh, I was told that I would grow out of that. I cannot do a math for the life of me. It's like, I can't do it. How are you with math, DB? Let me guess. Math is probably like your bitch, right? You can do math.
Well, am I wearing clear rimmed glasses?
You are wearing clear rimmed glasses. My light went out.
Do I have a slate jacket on?
Do you have a slate jacket on?
And a nice muted.
What color do we want my room to be? Purple, blue, red, pink? It's going to be purple for now. I'm just like fucking around in the chat. I do want to actually talk about stuff, but I just like scrolling through the chat, but I'm way behind. So hold on. Ange, can you talk about Click? Yes, Kathy. And I know Kathy, I think, said that she's pressed for time. So Kathy, if you're still here, Todd Click was arrested. What day was he arrested?
I think it was just a couple days ago. I know the
arrest. The alleged incidents occurred, I think, on various dates starting in December 2023. So they say.
Yeah, there's just so many of them, that happened over a period of time that it's really, there's so many different crimes that are alleged to have occurred. So I think they started to occur allegedly in is it December or October of 2023?
Interesting. I'm blowing my nose. So I'm
he wasn't arrested until True Grit Crime. You're saying he got arrested on September 26th. I've heard more 10/3. The arrest warrant went out. Like
it was issued, but he wasn't brought into custody until I don't know, actually. I'm not going to.
Oh, we got to read this one. I love it when people share their SAT scores. That's awesome. I got a 760. That's interesting on my SAT, but I think they changed the scoring because kids can't count that high anymore. That I heard that too, actually.
I don't even know mine.
I don't have this
Nope, I'm going to mute. Go ahead.
Oh, you're not okay. I don't have this calculator, but I have an ongoing bit that I don't do math, and everyone I work with knows. Even when I worked at NASA, LOL. Yeah,
Like
I
just out of
remember when I
defiance?
worked at NASA too. You know, every time I've worked at NASA, it has been a little discalculated for me. You know, I've done a discalculation here or there. You know, they didn't let me back in the control room, and I was actually just delivering some burritos.
You did a false identity
No, I
at
did
NASA?
work at NASA.
Delivering burritos.
Yeah, I was on the clock
Mm-hmm.
in the facility.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So that's
Okay.
really cool. That was something that was really a highlight.
I would have loved to have seen you rolling in with the burrito cart, DB. That was probably a sight to behold. I bet you were
They
really
said
good
this
at
guy
it.
blends right in.
Yeah, I bet you were really good at it. All 7 feet, one of you. 6 feet, 6'13", 7'1".
Correct.
Anyone catch Frosty's live from yesterday before he erased it? No, I didn't. Sorry. I'm sure it was full of good information, though. Angela and DB are doing a misinformation. Okay. Hi, Christine Beck. Nice to see you. Hi, Gilletta. Wrong. Wait. I haven't seen that in a while. How do you think Elvis Fields is doing?
You know, I hope he's doing good. I think he's doing well. He really dodged a bullet. And I think I mean that literally on unspent round. He could have been a good candidate for a good old fashioned whodunit, zip him up and ship him off. But boy, they just really weren't buying that one, huh?
Kay says, of all things that someone could talk about, why would Brad Holder be talking about runes and sacrifices on February 14th, 2017? Did you see his post about Taiwa's rune from that day? I think I did. I think I have seen his February 14th posts. Definitely weird. Definitely, definitely weird. There's a couple things about, again, I have no idea who killed Abby and Libby. How?
I thought you said you did. I thought you said somebody said that you said that you didn't think it was the Odinist. You thought it was Rod Logan. And
and I was doing a misinformation.
Well, no, so do you think Rod Logan did it?
I believe he was involved, and I can't get him out of my fucking head. I've tried to consider a scenario in which he's not implicated, and I can't. So yeah, I think he was involved, but that is not to say that he's solely responsible, or I don't know in what capacity. I can't exclude him.
Well, we do have a very interesting comment here. I wanted to
go ahead.
It kind of supports what you're saying.
Okay. Criminal Network has done a lot of research on this.
He knows a lot of people.
He knows a lot of stuff. He does the boots on the ground, and not in the, cops like to say boots on the ground.
Not Todd Click.
What?
Not Todd Click.
No, not Todd Click.
I do think it's a little bit strange.
Tell me.
You have a former police officer who is a small town management level police officer at one point, right?
Mm-hmm.
He retires from the police department. I didn't see anything that said early retirement, anything like that. So, and then he goes and gets a different job with DCS. And then after he resigns from DCS, he gets another state job, right? Where he's actually also a certified peace officer, I believe.
And he is
As a
in charge
parole
of,
officer.
right, of people, right?
Yeah, he can effect an arrest
Right.
as a parole officer.
Right.
I don't know if he was approved for that at that time, but once you were a certified peace officer, you can have. One of the things is that you're allowed to detain somebody under the color of law. So yeah, and then this comment here says, if every other police officer is guilty, then why is one who shares similar opinions not treated with the same scrutiny?
I want to understand that comment. So I think what you're
a little
asking,
confusing.
I think what you're asking, Dan, is if every other police officer is guilty, right? Because I am very critical of law enforcement as a policy, then why is one, i.e. Todd Click, who shares similar opinions as me, not treated with the same scrutiny? I think that's
Wait.
what you're asking.
You think that's what? Why would you think that he thinks that you think Todd Click and you share similar opinions?
I don't know. Maybe because he's defense leaning. He's like a defense guy.
He's a cop.
I don't purport to. Hey, man, I'm just the
Okay.
interpreter. He is a cop. We all know how I feel about cops. That means you gay. I don't know who you talking to, woman, but
You could be talking to a lot of people.
yeah. I actually never mind. I gotta message you in a bit, woman. I have a funny story. Brian, welcome. Your name is beautiful. Brian, I believe it's Brian Anderson. If I'm saying it wrong, correct me, please. It's beautiful. Welcome to R&M Productions. I'm gonna start doing things for members because I think it's cool that people are members. Sea Lion, Bree. I like the purple. Howdy, howdy, howdy. This has been a lot of. I'm never gonna catch up. I don't have discount. Oh, you already read that one. Okay, I'm just gonna. Blah, 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 blah. I'll catch up on the rest of it later. If anyone said anything that I missed, say it again. Hi, Missy's Angels. Welcome. Justice Tainted said they are new to the channel. Welcome. Happy you're here. If you have questions about things, you promised me ankle pics if I became a member. Never forget that. Did those not get to you? They were in the mail. That was probably at the US Postal. USPS.
Yeah, the old stop mail trick, eh?
That's what I think. This is a possibility. Absolutely. That could be it. It could be more. Did you get my email this week? No. I don't think so. I'm really bad about checking email. Did you email it or did you send it via the link tree? I'm still figuring out how to use Linktree, but send it again to wherever you sent it, and if I don't get it, I'll let you know. I know how to find you on YouTube. I don't know how to actually find you. I'm not gonna find you. I'm not gonna do.
Dude, I was thinking that the other day. I was just churning some sources as we do, and I was pitting these two sources against each other. It's a technique really as old as time.
For lulz,
for laws a little bit, but also for the increased effectiveness of the intelligence process. We got a lot of work to do, so we got to start pitting people against each other. So I was like, wait, is this you? Are you this person in YouTube chat? And I was like, oh my god, no, it wasn't who this, it was who dat. And it was who dat or whoever, I can't remember. So I asked him, and I was like, wait, that kind of sounds like I'm trying to figure out who the fuck this person is. And then I deleted the comment.
Oh, and then you dirty deleted it.
And then they were already responding, and they're like, wait, why did? And I'm just like, okay, I just blocked them and then made
just blocked them and reported them until their channel was gone. That's funny. Anyway, Nick asked that no one be allowed to discuss any witnesses' past bad acts. He probably meant his rapist and murder witnesses, but now it can apply to both sides of the aisle. Yeah, and I meant to do this and I didn't, but remember a while ago we revisited the very first discovery related motion that was filed in this case by the defense, and it was that I think it was 3 or 4 pages long about like Rule 404 evidence, and it mentioned, confidential informants and witnesses, and it was like very comprehensive, like an initial, basically like compelling discovery, whatever. And in it, I do believe that it one of the points, or one of the numbered requests that the defense included in that document had to do with any witnesses that the state intends to utilize, whether or not they utilize them in the trial, like any witnesses that are that they use, I guess, in their evidence, in their case, as they're building their case. And I'm butchering that. I should probably just abort. But Judge Gould granted that discovery motion. So basically, the defense, if she upholds that, is entitled to a lot of information about any and all witnesses that the state intends to utilize, whether they use them in a trial or if they just kind of use them in their case building process outside of the trial. So I do wonder how this will play out. Like, how is the state intending on building trust and rapport between convicted felons, the majority of their witnesses, the state's witnesses, at least as it relates to the confessions, I presume will be inmates who are serving time in a state penitentiary for felonies. So convicted felons, some of them convicted of horrible crimes. How are they going to facilitate trust between the jury and criminals? That will be interesting to me, especially considering they spend so much fucking time. Nick McClelland spends so much fucking time disparaging the reputation and integrity and credibility of any and all defense affiliated persons. I mean, it will be very interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, do they have? Would it be like unfairly prejudicial to bring up their bad acts or bring up any promises? I mean, you're gonna always go over any promises that were made at a some type of sentencing enhancement, or like the lack of a promise existing is probably almost always going to be touched on.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't necessarily mean that there's not going to be some type of, I'm going to say quid pro quo, but like some type of benefit to testifying.
Right. You mean for like an inmate, for example?
Of course.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, and they should. If they have information, they should want to get some type of.
Yeah, don't be a martyr. Don't be a hero.
Yeah, you're going to get leverage. There's going to be, you have some leverage. The state needs something from you. Now, do I think that the state should be seeking that type of evidence? No, I don't think so. But that's every court across the country, every year sees a plethora of people looking to get some type of sentence reduction or sentence reduction consideration at sentencing or post-sentence. So I think that happens, right?
For sure.
You can expect that. And these people some of them are already in a program that we know has through the outcomes of people being a part of the Plus program, that they have received some leniency. At least the courts have seen some of their sentences being commuted, not necessarily commuted, but just having better parole.
Yeah,
having better parole chances.
More favorable, yeah, for sure.
They're treated a little bit more favorably. And so if somebody were to be, the court ruled that if somebody were to be discriminated against in that process, that it could be considered like it could be considered discriminatory against a person that doesn't receive it for something that's protected that they're participating in.
What would
I don't know if that's like, being a minority.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And so, or, blowing the whistle on something inside of the DOC. if there is a particular like whistleblower statute that they're falling under, wouldn't necessarily be like a civil rights thing federally, I don't think, but if there's a state whistleblower statute that they would fall under. But yeah, it's like the character, they have character evidence for people that are going to be testifying, and there's obviously a ton of limitations on it. But you would think if you're showing that somebody has acted badly in the past, and it's not necessarily like the defendant, you should be able to present that. And I'm sure that it will happen. Any witnesses that have prior bad acts that are defense witnesses. So
yeah. Well, it's only fair, right? I feel like it would be refreshing. Like if you're gonna dredge up prior acts of witnesses, like just then fucking do it. But be uniform, at least be uniform in what you're doing. That is my biggest issue. Like there are judges who are really conservative with the type of like 404 evidence that they allow in. They're really conservative with like third party. Like Judge Gould's not the first judge ever to exclude third party. I think Kieran Reed, didn't Bev do something similar?
Yeah.
I think that they were able to incorporate that as they needed to, but she did prevent or prohibit them from outright using a third party defense as their main
case in chief.
There's
a good question from Travis here.
Go ahead.
Or a statement, I guess you could say. Promises or incentives are automatically admissible. So are felony convictions within a certain amount of time of conviction. House are automatic areas of inquiry. Every federal drug trial has this, because you would think that they would have an informant, confidential informant or cooperating witness that is giving up, the amount of drugs that were sold, not just necessarily seized because of the ghost dope regulations. And then they have people that are putting people certain places. So very common to have an informant in a federal drug case. But promises or incentives are automatically admissible because they're exculpatory, right? They tend to prove or disprove the weight of somebody's testimony, and if it could be used to disprove somebody's, disprove that somebody is saying that they're not getting a deal or that they don't have something on the back end coming, and it wasn't shared. It's one of the most common ways that people get post-conviction relief, is because there was a deal either written down or recorded or something somewhere that somebody found, and it wasn't turned over. So it'd be considered exculpatory, which would be a Brady violation.
Right.
Which brings me to another question.
Yes.
If we're looking at Click testifying or not, right?
Yep.
I didn't think that he was going to testify, like just because he was the Odin guy, right? Allegedly. But I thought that because they were scrapping that theory and it kind of got gutted, I wasn't expecting Click to come in to the trial unless they had a really good offer of proof. And then it's like, do you have the guy on standby no matter what? Well, I bring him up when we're talking about the Brady stuff because is Click going to be on the Brady list now? Because there were some allegations that from some people in the community that there was a reason that Nick McClelland asked for that information, because they knew that he was on the Brady list and that he got told to go into early retirement, or he got fired or
shamed out of
position to resign in lieu of termination.
Yeah, forced into resignation. Yeah.
So that wouldn't resolve necessarily his Brady list issues, right?
Okay.
So it's an interesting thing where if the state is the one calling the police officer, which they normally call the police officer,
Mhm.
right? They call the lead investigator. They
Mhm.
call other investigators.
Mhm.
Well, if they're calling somebody and they are testifying and they know there's something that could be considered exculpatory, you would think, they'd have to turn that over, right? But
Mhm.
if the defense is calling them,
Mhm.
the defense doesn't have to give Brady information.
Wait,
they
you
don't
mean there's
have
a
it.
different burden on the defense than on the state to disclose? And
Yeah, because the state doesn't have Brady rights. There's discovery rules.
the state doesn't have Brady rights.
Well, not that I know of. I don't
think Nick McClelland's aware of that. I think he believes they do have Brady rights, and I also think he thinks that they have all of the rights afforded to his defendant, and then some.
Right. So if he's saying that there's a potential Brady list issue and he's sending a subpoena for it, it's because he's so concerned about future Brady violations that he wants to make a record of it for the discovery to give over to the defense so that they're not unaware
Mm-hmm.
of this police officer's Brady issue, if they
Right.
have one. Now, Mr. Click, there have been people that have certainly been added to the Brady list without a conviction. There's been people added to the Brady list that there is not a termination. There's not an agreement of wrongdoing.
Yeah.
People get on the Brady list for dishonesty,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't necessarily mean it was proven and they conceded that they were being dishonest. So how does it work with the police officer that's on the Brady list that gets charged with the crime, a felony, 2
Mhm.
felonies, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know about anything else. I think it's all going to play out differently. I just don't see that there was an intent to defraud for a pecuniary interest.
Yeah, I haven't found any, like, unless there's something that is still sealed or that we've not yet, seen. I agree with you. Yeah.
Right. So let's say he takes a deal to a misdemeanor and he doesn't stipulate to the fact that he was being dishonest. Maybe he says it was what are you stipulating to in a misdemeanor case anyways? Like,
I don't know.
and it was prior. It's like, it's just this weird situation. I don't quite understand like what the actual outcome is going to be.
Yeah.
And they could Brady list him and drop all those charges in a month.
Right. So this could be just to get him. I mean, not.
I'm not even saying that. Maybe
But
they thought they had a
that could be
case.
the
and
outcome, is that he could be Brady'd even if all of his charges end up being dismissed.
Yeah, because these charges would be. I mean, everybody already knows about them. So, I mean, would this be something that a prior bad act would cover? Would this be considered a prior bad act? Would it be considered? It's more complicated than the normal situation that I've heard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems that way.
Just because of the party that is calling the officer.
Yeah. And yes. Yeah. It's confusing.
What's
And
Travis's comment?
Can you pin it?
Yep, here it is. Not really. Prior bad acts can come in on any witness. It is convictions and incentives that are both areas that are fair game for cross-examination. Okay, so
Can you explain that?
yeah, I think he's talking about how if somebody is offered a deal or there's a conviction, then it you don't even have to like talk about prior bad acts. Like, this is something that's exculpatory on its own without proving that it's a prior bad act. That is like actually material to the case that you can talk about at trial.
What is an incentive? It is convictions and incentives that are both areas fair game. What does incentive mean in this scenario?
Well, say you get a promise from a prosecutor saying you have parole.
Okay.
You have parole. hearing coming up, we're going to have the prosecutor write a letter saying that you've cooperated fully, and every time they've written a letter, they've gotten, and that's not a written, signed, sealed, delivered,
Right.
but say they may drop a charge that they were already convicted of, or say they suspend 4 years of their sentence instead of 2. Whatever the prosecutor has discretion over doing, that they've made an agreement upon with
To
the
do
party,
that in
they have to
exchange
disclose.
for
Yes.
testimony, right? Or
And I think different circuits have a different, meaning of what an actual agreement is, and like what somebody can consider the rightful return of their efforts. So like if they said, we'll consider your testimony as substantial assistance or something, right?
right, or like cooperation is, yeah, because it's subjective, right? It's up to,
Yeah, and we'll consider it, but it really wasn't at the end of the day, because there was 5 other confidential informants and you guys all kind of testified to the same thing. Then maybe your part wasn't as substantial, so we considered it, but you didn't get the downward departure or whatever. But that's usually pre-sentence.
yeah.
Like
If you're already serving hard time, like Baston, right? So, oh no, he's defense, so never mind. But
Travis says they can't cross-examine it on an arrest. Neither side, only a conviction. It's a non-issue. Only time it comes up if their testimony might incriminate them and they need to take the fifth. Okay.
I like that. I didn't know that.
Well, I think that
Go off, TV.
no, I think that he may be explaining something that I was explaining poorly. Like he may be giving me an explanation of something that I should understand, and the way I explained it, like it was bad. So I think he's saying that you can't cross-examine on arrest, neither side. It has to be a conviction, right? But if it's a Brady issue,
Okay, right, that's something different.
yeah. But what he's saying is like, if there was a witness that was coming in, they had a felony, or
Sorry.
so yeah. No, that's good. Brion, prior bad acts legally can only come in if they're similar as the current charges. Right. Yeah. If they don't meet that burden, it's bad lawyering. And it has to be recent enough, right? It can't be 20 years ago with absolutely no criminal behavior in between.
Yeah. So how much of that, and well, I imagine a lot of that is up to, well, actually all of the 404 evidence is up to the judge. That's entirely the judge's discretion, as is all of the other evidence that can come in. But I'm not going to go down that road. I foresee that being a really big hurdle for the defense, because they don't have, they haven't had many of those.
Yeah, and it could be that, like, I get where you're going with it. You're saying that maybe they'll just drop it after.
Yeah, like when they don't, yeah, like but after trial's over.
Yeah, just like as this is like a play. I don't even think it needs to be a play. This is just a really shitty situation, and like I think that it's possible that it doesn't have to be conspiracy necessarily. It's just that this guy put himself out there, and people were talking about him, and he left, and maybe pissed some people off or something, and it got looked at closer, and there was issues. So Travis says, so trustees in prison get earlier parole in the program in prison, more privileges, etc. They can get into that. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
So like say, oh God.
No, I think you're probably, yeah, go ahead.
So say, let's just take the plus program out of it. Say you're just the trustee.
Mm-hmm.
You're a prayer companion or something, right? And say you were making hooch, right? And you get jammed up with your buddy, right? And you go and say, Oh, that wasn't my hooch. It was this guy's hooch, right?
Mhm.
It's just prison wine, right? This is a horrible example, by the way. And
That's fine.
so then they go, okay, well, hey, you're a trustee, right? And if you get found with this, you could lose your trustee status, which would be an
Mhm.
incentive for you to lie. Is that right? Yes, that's right. They would
Can
have to.
you give me a really quick what is a trustee in this scenario?
It's like anybody who is entrusted with an additional duty, maybe not even additional, but like
So like an inmate who serves as a prayer
a
companion
porter,
or
a janitor,
Got it.
yeah, suicide companion.
Got it. Thank
I
you.
know that there's different states have a lot of different language around it, but I know there's some folks in here that probably, you know what? I was going to say some folks in here that were probably trustees, but you know what? I bet some of our prior incarcerated friends here, I bet they were not a trustee because you can't trust me.
You can't trust a
What's
DB.
the saying? DOC, I am a trustee. You can always trust me, or something like that.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, me either.
I'm not familiar.
If I had a parachute.
Yeah. So no, I'm just thinking the whole oh, go ahead.
So there is no impediment to Click testifying. Neither side can bring up his recent arrest. His arrest is completely different than what he would be testifying to in Delphi. Convictions and incentives are, and I think he's going to say, are exactly like you said, DB, you little stinking genius.
You little stinker.
Wait, little stinker. Jojo, I have this ridiculous hope that when Holman was trained by the FBI, that they were truly investigating him, especially every time he abuses his power. I can't stand my tax dollars going to paying. Yeah. I'm wondering too, True Grit. What are these guys going to say? Rolomoto, Mata, porters in prisons, trustees in county jails. CDOC?
That's good to know. I learned something. I want to
Peggy,
see
yo.
our investigation file.
You took about the federal investigative file? Because I am quite sure it looks somewhat different than the old Carroll County investigative file.
Maybe we can spend it to. So I'm seeing a lot of Ron Logan in the chat, and maybe we could talk a little bit about. Well, first let's finish. I want to read Travis.
Do we have any Ron Logan experts around here?
Definitely not. Actually, Kay is in the chat. So Kay and Criminal Network. And me.
Yellow Jacket? Are you saying Yellow Jacket's not?
Look, I'm not aligning anybody with anything ever again. And like
we are all
she can align. Yellow Jacket she speak up for yourself, my love. I'm not. I don't purport to know what anybody wants me to say on their behalf. So I want to read this because we have a part B to the comment. So there's no impediment to Click testifying in the trial. Neither side can bring up his recent arrest. His arrest is completely different than what he'd be testifying to in Delphi. Convictions and incentives are, oh my God, I lost it. Not 404 evidence. It's bias in the rules of evidence. So as a total, not a lawyer, not familiar with how any of this feels very complicated, even for someone who understands things, right? This feels more complicated than like most scenarios with like witnesses because he was just arrested, and it's like, so that feels comforting for somebody who would hope that the defense would have every opportunity to put forth witnesses and evidence. That to me is like comforting. I didn't know that. I assumed that but could Judge Gull just defy that and do what she wants and allow them to basically shred his character and bring up his arrest anyway? I mean, she's done crazier things.
Yeah.
Like just because it's not allowed legally, or because it goes against the rules of evidence. I mean, Travis.
Well,
it's Fran Gull.
It's interesting that's the question that we're talking about, because we're talking about whether or not he can testify, right? And
right.
Well, it's like, it seems like he could. They wouldn't bring it up. If the defense wants to call him, they can. those are all things that seem reasonable, right? But the only way you couldn't call him, he's most likely going to be emotion eliminated out unless they get, I'm saying if they get a baseline, an offer proof, and it goes in their way, they could call him, right? Well, maybe like if he makes bail.
Yeah, if he's able to bond out before trial. That's, I mean, well, they could get him out, I imagine, for this, right? If they
Oh,
had
yeah.
to.
What are you talking about? Breaking him out?
Well, I mean, they were able to transport, well, they couldn't transport Baston, but would he be treated any differently than like an inmate witness? Like, would they not be able to get him out
No,
of
they
jail?
would.
He would. Oh, okay. I mean, again, the rules don't seem to apply. Like, even like one of the things that I have heard a lot, and I also feel. Hold on, let me read that. Why are
Yeah, I
we
want to read it.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Libyan Knights. R&M. Why are your mods timing out other? Oh, this is going to be really productive. Why are your mods timing out other people over a different opinion? Is this not a channel of free speech and different opinion or theory of the Delphi case? Hey guys,
No.
no timing out people with different opinions, which I think we all
We like different opinions. I think, yeah. My ask of mods has been that we not like name any other content creators in any kind of disparaging or even neutral, avoid that. I'm big on that. Oh, there it is. You want to read it?
But that was there the whole time.
Was it?
It was. Yep. I would never forget this.
Oh, okay.
Personal attacks are canceled.
What?
We're canceling personal attacks.
Yes, you actually issued an executive order, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As acting as, the state here,
Mhm.
I can, if I were to suppress somebody's speech, it would be a violation of the First Amendment, I guess. I don't know.
I love free speech and I love different opinions. I don't know I think my rules are like, be cool, man. Attack what is it? It's like pre-populated. That one is like attack the argument, not the person. Just like be nice. You can state a different opinion without being unnecessarily confrontational or antagonistic. And if a mod times you out, it's maybe they misunderstood you. I think that we're all adults here, and I don't want anybody to feel like they can't express their opinions. But if you're being confrontational or antagonistic, you probably know that you're being confrontational, antagonistic. So stop doing that, and you won't get timed out.
And it's the internet. So there's plenty of opportunities to be confrontational and antagonistic. And you could even try it again, just less confrontational, antagonistic, and maybe it'll work next time.
Mm-hmm.
So, or there's other channels that are totally down for all that.
Mm-hmm.
If that's your thing, trust me,
Sure.
It's my thing sometimes.
Can they depose the superintendent of the state police if they wanted to? Could they try?
I mean, it's a good Travis question. I feel like we always say that, but his experience is like particularly probably relevant here just because of the law enforcement.
Yeah.
Like in the defense of a law enforcement officer, would you want to call somebody in a higher up position? Maybe not. But on the opposite side, if you're a criminal defendant and you're a citizen and one of your witnesses is a police officer and some things you're casting doubt on is a police investigation, I think it would be great. I mean, I could see it happening. Like I could also see it not happening and there being a totally reasonable explanation to why it would be either just a horrible move or
not necessary.
denied.
Maybe, maybe they don't need anything from him. I mean, they have emails. They obviously have emails from Carter because they've been referenced in various filings. His involvement, I think, his direct involvement in the investigation is probably relatively well known to the defense by now. He doesn't seem to be like, what is the expression? they don't really seem to be gunning for he doesn't seem to be.
Is that a threat?
No. Well,
Okay. Oh.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
No, it's not. You have
No,
no
it's
intent.
not a threat. No, absolutely
No.
not.
You just meant telescopically focusing on
Hypothetically
him
and
closely.
hyperbolically.
Oh, I said telescoping. I meant hypothetically. A hypothetical telescope.
You're using telescope to surveil? You
Can
mean?
we? No. Can we? Hammy said that was unreasonable, and we all know
Emmy taught me a lot
Hammy's
today.
background.
Do you
Well,
think, like,
likewise, Hammy. I'll get back to you. A
you
little
better
emasculated, and it's
don't
just a
leave
little bit
Hammy
tough.
on red, mister.
The
Don't
power
be
of suggestion. See, he's one of these 48 laws of power guys,
Power of suggestion works so easy on Ange. Easy.
That's what I heard. Okay, I find very interesting the sketch that wasn't released is a person related to a lead investigator. Wow.
Good.
Peggy Scott.
Wait.
Are you trying to silence my thoughts on Peggy?
No, I just remembered something. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, before you forget.
I saw something earlier today. I think I don't know if I sent it to you or not. I think I did. Sandwiched between everything else. So I don't know if you saw it, but apparently in an interview recently, Susan Hendricks shared that per Jerry Holman, who she has professional, cordial
Yeah, he
relationship
seeks
with.
her out and makes sure that
Sure, he's a source. The FBI was very against the task force, the 2019 New Direction press conference, new sketch. They were quite against it, which makes sense because the FBI was they didn't have any representatives there at that press conference, which is funny because I remember like a few years ago thinking like, this kind of feels like the kind of like, it was like a very like, it's like a histrionic, over dramatic, like word salady, like what you would think like a behavioral analysis fanboy wannabe would write this and think that it was really cool. And then I was like,
it's
that sounds like,
truly an enigma to me.
it sounds like Jerome.
Well, I agree, and I'm this in a schizophrenic, lunatic kind of way. Kind of ties back to this comment in my head. I don't know if it's actually going to work, but I did want to talk about this really quick. Criminal Network says, "What about all the billboards across the country with the killer who wasn't the killer? He ended up being secondary. And what about all the press conferences? And what about the crime cons? And what about the FBI hitting the stand and saying a little thing or two about behavioral analysis and what these people are doing? What about the U.S. Marshals being involved? What about the federal installations that were used to interview people?" So I find it unbelievable that in this country, there are people that say you are not from Indiana, you don't understand, and you have absolutely no interest, either financially, because we are taxpayers. We pay money in this state. If you think that federal dollars have not come out of the pockets of all citizens to pay for actions that have been taken on this case, resources that have been used on this case, you need not to go back any further. Well, you couldn't really go back any further than the first time Doug Carter got up there and was waxing poetic about his thoughts and his faith and everything and all the world. And he said the world was watching. He spoke to a planet. A planet. So when you have an audience that's watching you, when you say the shack, and when you say you are in this room, you may be in this room right now. And when you release these pictures and the video, and you tell international media organizations to cover it, you ask them to cover it, you probably beg some of them to cover it, and they should. But it doesn't mean that it stops at the edge of Indiana. Okay. We all have an interest in this. And if you're outside the US and you don't pay US taxes, have you bought something off Amazon? Okay. You know what? If you made Jeff Bezos any money, he's the overlord of the United States. So I guess you get to complain about your tax dollars too. And your support of Jeff Bezos goes a long way. We appreciate you.
That's a great point, DB. Yeah, we have an interest in this case. The Andrea Burkhart, actually, I want to read her tweet. So
The GOAT. Well, you pulling that up, I just want to say something about Andrea Burkhart. A lot of people in this community don't know who she is. So I'll just give you guys a brief little overview of her. She's a creator, a law tuber, if you will. And she was a criminal defense attorney for a long time. She's in Washington State. And there's a lot of times that you could watch a law tuber, and they play it safe a lot. And I give them grace. It's a very complicated thing they're talking about, right? And it's like they'll say, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Oh, we'll have to, in this, anything, they could do this judge could do that, different judge. They kind of hedge their bets, right? Out of everybody on LawTube I've seen, her recall for cases and decisions and what districts they're in, and them that actually playing a role in a case is incredible.
yeah, she's kind of ridiculous in that regard.
Absolutely ridiculous.
It's like, yeah, I agree.
And she can explain things in a way that's plain, but also enough where you learn something as a layperson. And she also has a really good way of not promoting, but explaining something using real world context, either politically or geopolitically, or stuff we hear about in pop culture or social media, or all over the world. And she can relate the law and the way that she works through things. Just incredibly entertaining. So I suggest her. It's a lot of
you actually introduced me to Andrea, and I didn't know anything about the Karen Reed case until they were probably 2 or 3 weeks into trial. So I knew I had immersed myself in that and was way behind the curve. And DB sent me her channel, and I just started watching her streams, and she has such a good way of explaining things. And it's not, I think that a lot of times and it's not intentional. It's just lawyers have so much knowledge and so much in their brains. I think that sometimes it can be, she just gives off the energy that she's not patronizing, and not to say that other Andrea
Michael will
Burkhart.
send you a CV, but all right.
What? I'm going to share her page here so that everyone can follow her if they're interested.
And she's a very popular YouTuber. It's not like we're gassing her up to get you guys to check her out. She's very successful.
We discovered her, this indie reporter. Okay, so I just wanted to read her thread that she posted, because she has not posted a ton about Delphi or hadn't in the past. She's definitely aware of it, and in live chats she definitely knows about it. She's got her finger on the pulse of like you said, her capacity to just be aware of things that are going on.
Yeah, this is really funny too. Travis says Andrea is the opposite of me. I kind of see what you're saying, but not in a derogatory way. You have a more you churn through
scholarly.
it,
he and Michael are very scholarly,
and Andrew is very punchy, and
just different styles.
Pop, 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 pop. And that could overwhelm people. So yeah,
Yeah.
I get you guys are kind of on the opposite end of the spectrums, but you're
Just in their style,
very,
though.
very helpful. Both of you.
Absolutely. And Travis, I will say, like, when we, and I wish that as much as I don't, whatever, that everything happens how it has to happen. But I do wish we had some of those lives from before the trial was delayed in May, when we were on those like hours long lives and the conversation was just like so, like, look it out of here. The conversation was just like so fruitful and like full, and I learned so much. But my ability to like understand Travis and Michael, and I don't know if it's just that they've maybe like dialed down the house, what is the word? Not even scholarly, just like their legalese. But I feel like I can understand them way better now. In fact, there were times like at the very beginning when I felt like I was like, am I like dumb? I have no idea what they're talking about. But how long ago was that? Where are we in? October. So who's DC? Doug Carter? Sorry, let me finish my thought. Travis and Michael have taught me like so much, and their perspective, Michael on the habeas side and post-conviction side, and Travis on the law enforcement side, and both of them being very generous and patient with all of our questions. So appreciative. I love when they're in the chat. What are we? I'm like totally missing what's going on. I hope everyone's just everybody be cool.
I think this is a person in here is just bucking.
Being sassy. They're bucking. Okay.
Yeah, they're bucking.
Well, I want to read this thread, and then I also want to show a video. So this is Andrea, who will be attending, I believe, the trial, which is like so cool. Andrea Burkhart and Lawyer Lee on YouTube are like my two of my favorite law tubers, and I believe both of them will be attending, which is like amazing. But she said, this is in response to a post that our Sleuthy Goosey made about the filing earlier last week. So Media Coalition decided to file something in the Richard Allen case. They're seeking inspection of the public exhibits that were not filed under seal from the hearings on July 30th and, oh my God, August 1st, as well as requesting in advance to be allowed to inspect trial exhibits. Judge Gull wants to delay them, or anyone for that matter, from inspecting such exhibits that were entered into the public record until after the trial, and if there's a conviction, after sentencing. And this will need to happen at the Allen County Courthouse, which isn't even where the trial is being held. So Andrea Burkhart quoted that and said, Judge Gull has previously prohibited the release of the recordings of the pretrial hearings held in this case, and is now not allowing the public to inspect the exhibits that were admitted without any justification. There is no basis for this restriction in the rules or in the First Amendment case law establishing the public's right of access to criminal court proceedings. This challenge is also unlikely to be resolved by a higher court or Judge Gull herself until after trial and or sentencing, at which point it will be moot. In this way, the slow pace of review proceedings allows courts to escape accountability for improper orders. I love this one. The hostility to the same public interest that law enforcement originally cultivated to obtain investigative leads is remarkable and goes beyond any case I've previously followed. Any prosecution that requires the cover of darkness is deeply suspect. Like, that's like...
Oh, she clapped.
That is... She
can clap.
The way she said that, like, it is hostility. I think I said vitriol, and I like her word, but it's hostility to the same public interest. Yeah, it's like they were more than happy to include and love bomb the public when they were relying on them to donate and provide tips and leads and bring them sandwiches and snacks while they're investigating. And yet they are so hostile towards the public and public interest in this case. And the fact that Andrea Burkhart, who we've just established is like finger on the pulse of everything and has covered so many cases and is a wealth of knowledge. Like the fact that she is saying that this goes beyond any case she's previously followed, like that's pretty affirming to what a lot of us are feeling, I think. Like this is pretty ridiculous. It's pretty unprecedented is how I read that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Anyway, I wanted to do one more thing.
About this?
No. It's not
Was that the one
related.
thing, or?
No, I'm gonna look for a video really quick. It's really short. You don't have to wait. Go.
No, I know. It's all good.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
We'll hit this one more time.
I mean, it reads like a hysterical Yelp review.
Oops. That's a goodie.
Okay, this is what I want to share.
Do people send me anime or some emoji mashups? Let's see. Oh God, no one sent me any. It must not be that funny. It's okay.
Tor, this is so traumatic. Oh my God. I don't even want to think about it. Everyone should follow. Travis, do you have a Twitter? I don't think that I don't, if you do, I don't have it because I was looking for it because I feel like you would be a fun person to have on Twitter. But if y'all are not, did you already link Andrea, DB?
I did.
Okay.
You can link her again.
I will.
She really needs us.
Yeah, she does. We're so gracious with,
Really, truly.
our platforming of other. So I'm going to link, if you're not following Michael Osbrook, there is Michael's Twitter account. And again, here is Andrea Burkhart's Twitter account. I'm also going to link
DB. Link it. Put me in there. No?
I will. I'm linking Lawyer Lee for Delphi coverage because she is covering Delphi. I am linking. I'm not going to link any. So DB seems to be in like a Jerry Seinfeld Newman level Twitter feud with a couple local media reporters in Indiana, which I meant to ask you about that, DB. What's going on? You guys have like beef or something?
I would like to ask them about this.
About what? Let me pull up. I have the wrong screen.
March 8th, 2024. PD7 Newcastle Parole welcomes Todd Click as our newest parole officer at PD7. Todd Click retired after 21 years of a career in law enforcement as a police officer with the Rushville Police Department. Welcome to our team, Officer Click. We look forward to working with you. We are proud to have you as a member of our parole family.
Wow. They're proud.
Hashtag IN Correction. He works for the Department of Corrections.
Interesting.
The Indiana Department of Corrections. And then IN Parole. Parole Team PD7. Parole Family. Now, March 8th. They announced this gentleman was coming on board. I just think it's some interesting timing.
Oh, that reminds me. Hold on. I can't focus on one thing at a time. But
are they going to report on this? I think they said that he was charged and everything, right? And that he resigned amid an investigation.
They certainly implied that. Did they outright frame it like that? I mean, they may have. So DV posted.
That's a nice, neat little thing there.
Isn't it nice? So this is our very own darling girly pop DB true crime audit Twitter account. If you're not following DB, go follow DB. Except unless he's like, are you about to surpass me in followers? No, you're good. Everyone go follow DB. No, we got a ways to go. So
the OnlyFans, the OnlyFans.
Yeah, I have a one
really
up on
coming for
you.
me.
Yeah, I definitely have a one up on you from the only. I get a lot of the OnlyFans. I funnel in from multiple platforms. So, do you want to talk about this?
Yeah. So this is the timeline that I found some information on today on Click on 3/2 March 2nd. He allegedly resigns from DCS. The source of this was the Todd Click PCA authored by Leprin. And on 3/18, there was a contempt hearing. There was a criminal case inside of another criminal case, inside of a murder. There was a contempt, a direct contempt, criminal contempt, a trial that they were not found not guilty of. I just think the judge said they didn't meet the burden. They didn't say acquitted or anything. But so at that trial, Mr. Click either stated or was stated for him by an attorney on direct and asked him, what do you do now? And he said, I'm a parole officer. It said, are you a parole officer now? I think they were just establishing that he's still working after his retirement. And then on 4/18, DCS informs the Office of the Attorney General or the Office of the Inspector General that they had, actually, we don't even know. There was just, it says they contacted them, right? And then there was an investigation conducted in just a few months. So then on
An investigation of, just in case people are not of Todd
yeah,
Click.
there was an investigation of, well, I don't know. There was some allegations made that Todd Click didn't place phone calls, and that he potentially didn't arrive at somebody's home. Those are allegations made by individuals that had interactions with him. And then there was a statement from an officer who took a statement from somebody who alleged that the signature on a document didn't look like theirs.
Like Todd, like their own signature. They're like, oh, that doesn't look like my signature. I don't think I signed that.
Yeah, I don't know what he pointed to. He doesn't say what there was. Like, it didn't say that it was an attempted signature. It didn't say it was somebody's name in cursive. But the officer, Lepoint, did say that he has reason to believe that this person was being truthful, as they alleged that there was a document that did not have their signature on it. So, something to look into, certainly. 929, ITP lists Click as a DOC parole employee. The ITP is the Indiana Transparency Portal. You go on there, check out, type somebody's name in there. See if they work there, See if public servants have their salaries disclosed. Also, I don't think open salaries is very effective for Indiana, but
In what way?
OpenSalaries.com, I think it is.
It's not like accurate.
Well, sometimes there's just like you can find conflicting stuff, and in some states. I don't know. It's weird. Somebody who knows more about that website can probably give me a little lowdown. You got a message. Don't open it. And 10-3, arrest warrant was served. This was from my case. I actually, just to be honest with you, I just read that Helix said that on Reddit. And I was like, okay, well, and then I looked, and then I was like, okay, I mean, yeah, that seems about right. Because I know that some people were saying that he was arrested last month, which would have been September, right? And it was just a couple days ago. So, but I do think he was arrested on the 3rd.
Well, and there's a difference between issuing a warrant for someone's arrest and actually physically detaining them and arresting them and booking them into custody. And it sounds like maybe there were two different, like those were two different. Were those two different events on 2 different days or no?
Potentially. Mr. Osbrook says, if I were investigating for OIG, I would have gotten signatures of these people and not relied on their word. Well, I don't think Leprin is he able to opine on, probably not court, but he could say that the signatures are dissimilar. if that was a signature that they showed him or her, whoever the family member was, like you could just, it could just not be signed, and then Click signature could be like where he was signing,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes,
Yeah.
is this your? Who knows? It is not explained.
Right. It feels
they
like
don't
there's
have to
like so
explain it all.
many. Right.
They don't have to explain it all, right? Graphology.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Time's up on your prepaid minutes, princess.
But I just bought minutes.
Excuse me for a second. Yeah, who this? Fees? What's up, dude? It's for you.
Are you fucking insane, dude?
That's how I feel about graphology.
I want to share something. This is totally not relevant. I just want to play it on the screen while we continue conversing. There's no sound, but I saw a comment that was like, there's no way you can see fish from the bridge. Yellow Jacket and I went to the bridge. It was snowing, and there was a good, I mean, the creek was relatively high, and I stood over that railing on that bridge, and I could see clear fucking down to the very bottom of that creek. I could see all the rocks and all the moss and all the fish and all the sticks. It was the clearest water I've ever seen. And I'm about to put it on the screen because I keep hearing that, like, there's no way you can see fish. Like, enough. Can we put this to rest? Yes, we can. I'm about to. Anyway, that's all. Proceed.
Also, another great comment here. Luke asks, is that the famous American culture? Yes, it is. That was literally Americana.
Oh, the commercial? Yeah, actually, that's a great example.
Oh, you zoomed in.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
zoomed,
you have
course.
a digital zoom on your telephone.
My eyeballs do a better job of
Rendering.
like I can, and this is trash, but you can literally see to the bottom. And I was shaking and like, come on. What do you mean?
Seem unseasonably warm.
This was November 20 something.
So this is a completely different time of the year.
Who fucking cares? It's water. What difference does that make?
Well, he didn't say he could see the fish.
He said he was looking.
Said he was looking at fish.
Yeah.
Right? But he didn't say he could see them. But he was looking at them.
Or he was looking for them.
He was looking at who they think they are in the river, these fish.
Yeah.
But really, they don't have a self-identity. They can't self-conceptualize as a fish.
True. And who's he to say,
that he was looking at them as a being.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And also, I think there's a much better theory. Some people will say, well, he said he was looking at a stock app, right?
Yeah.
They say that, well, he was looking at fish. Like I said, my theory is he was looking at the stockfish chess bot because he was getting ready to play in an international Masters chess tournament, and the most advanced chess bot is stockfish. And I think that To Liaisonby and Tony Leggett just got confused because they're 700 rated little peons in chess. And they didn't realize Mr. Mastermind was taking them for the old stroll.
That was like poetry.
There should be logon info for the stock app. Nah, probably not. This is 2017.
Well, and I want to pin. Oh, sorry, DB.
Well, it's just there could be, right? But also, back then, could he have been looking at Yahoo? Could he have been looking at Google? And he's like, oh, it's looking at my phone. Oh, like an app on your phone? Oh, yeah. An app on my phone or, the browser. I was just looking at Chrome. Okay, they just write down, I was looking at the app. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, is he signed in? Okay, well, is it going to have the data? Because they didn't do an extraction on his phone in 2017. And if that was just a non-cloud-based app that would just go into his the hardware database on his phone. So that'd be long gone. And the Royal We says probably a web browser. I mean, if he evaded a geofence, he was logged out of Google. Well, the geofence didn't come until a few years later. And they knew he was there. And they did a subpoena, which seems as though they did tower dumps in 2017 because of Ives saying, I know you understand the Royal We. We're being hyperbolic. And so I think now if he was on 5G, then and he was on his phone and in the web browser, but not necessarily and it only went through the tower.
Right.
You know, there's other things that could come into play. The Royal We says if your Google location data is disabled, you can evade a geofence.
Is that true? Like in all circumstances?
Well, strictly a geofence search warrant to Google, and you don't have your Google location services. So, and then also he says, what about GPS data, not geofence?
For his cell phone.
Yeah,
right?
or his cell phone, or a device, another device that he has in his car or something, or people are really curious about that Garmin. I don't know if he was carrying it on him at the time.
What Garmin? Was it Garmin taken from his fucking house, or was it in that thumb drive thing?
No, I think there was one in the search warrant return, if I recall.
Okay, sure. Yeah, makes sense. Why would they have Chelsea's comment here is something that an argument that we see a lot for from the folks who are convinced of Rick Allen's guilt is he admitted to being on the bridge that day. He admitted to being there the times of the murders. He admitted to wearing the same clothes as Bridge Guy. All of these statements, he admitted it. And actually, the only time that the public has ever seen or heard anything from Rick Allen himself, from the mouth or whatever, the words of Rick Allen have been like his letter to the court requesting an attorney initially, his letter to Judge Gull in October, a year later, in October 2023, begging her to allow him to maintain his attorneys, and the very brief excerpt of the transcript of one of his interrogations from his arrest initially. Those are the only times that the words of Rick Allen have ever been relayed to the public. Everything else is either in a PCA that's already been just shredded, in my opinion. The veracity or the legitimacy or the trustworthiness of the information in the PCA at this point, in my opinion, is like, it's so many things have already been disproven in that. And all of Rick's statements in the PCA are prefaced with, I mean, this is all the opinion, or this is all coming from the law enforcement officer who's authoring it. These are not Rick's words. And even at several points in the PCA, the officer writing it says, this officer believes, right? And at one point, he even says, Rick Allen told us one thing, and we believe he actually meant this thing. Like, there's so much opinion that was injected into that I actually don't believe that Rick ever admitted, like, oh, I was wearing the same. Why would anyone be like, I was wearing the same clothes as Bridge Guy? Like, get fucked. That's about as believable as Rick getting on the phone and saying, honey, I committed the offenses as charged. Like, I don't think that that's how it played out. And I don't believe that Rick said that he left at 3:30. Like, I believe he said he left when he said he left. Like, nothing that is in the PCA is actually from the mouth of Rick Allen, I don't know if people realize that. These are not Rick Allen's words. This is law enforcement literally trying to convince a judge. And now I feel like when people would say this about the Ron Logan warrant, it would make me crazy. But the fact is, it's a persuasive document, right? You're trying to persuade or convince a judge that you have probable cause. So I believe it, doesn't mean it's true. Did I explain that?
Yeah, and I was talking about this comment here. 3G was in 2017. So I think the 3G you're talking about are the 3Gs, Holman, Liggett, and Lesenby, right?
The 3G. I'll be right back really fast. I'm not leaving you.
Who's your favorite of the 3Gs? Oh. Yeah, so, I mean, for all intents and purposes, yes. I know, guys. But it would still transmit a wireless signal that would be able to carry GPS information. Because, it's much faster. 4G and 5G, obviously much, much faster. And more people would be able to transmit more information more quickly with 4 and 5G. You get probably more of a real-time location information when you have that much real-time reporting. Angela, the key factor is how they went after him. As soon as the wildlife officer that day interviewed him passed away. Oh, Skinner guy. We get a Skinner believer. I don't know where I fall on that. I'm gonna ask the overlords. Don't want to talk about that. Nick's dad did that? That's not cool. Plus allusions into Frank's memo. But yeah, there's some allusions in there. Yeah. The Royal We says, but who knows? NM interchanges geofence and peeing terminology. So who knows what it is, what is what? Yeah, and he does it so brazenly. And it really did have quite a chilling effect on people talking about that at the time, I think, because you had so many people pushing back. Well, they said this, and they said they don't understand. It's like, well, yeah, maybe if like they had an expert, which my understanding of looking at the budget and everything, the only expert they're getting is a recycled expert on that. There might be another one in there, but we don't know. That technically is going to be a CSLI expert or a geofencing expert. Rolo Mora says, you're my idol, DB. Fucking right. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm a role model. Criminal nowhere. Please ask Angela the question above. The question above is, can you get some greasy podcasters? Or do you mean your question above? Yes, there is a farm bureau building. Technically, there were many farm co-op buildings, as there was a farm exchange. Well, I've heard people say like maybe the rest of the U.S. only thinks about the farm bureau being a insurance company, right? And like other parts of the country, they have farm bureau buildings that are a nonprofit organization or government entity, local municipal entity. Are you back?
I'm back, baby.
They want their Coke and they want to eat it too. What the?
Oh, I think she means law enforcement.
Oh, cake.
The key factor is how they went after him as soon as the wildlife officer that interviewed him passed away. Oh, so Skinner, right? This is a thing we've seen a lot where, has that ever been confirmed that Skinner, DNR officer Skinner's involvement, or like, you know what I'm asking? There was been talk of Dan.
Yeah, that's it. I was actually talking about that. I said something
sorry,
about it.
I missed it.
No, it's okay. But yeah, it is interesting. I don't know. It just seems like something that could easily have came out in a defense filing. So, and there may be some strategy to that. That a reason why it's not, and so I just think it will be easily explained when the circumstances come.
Right.
Travis says, well, look at affidavits of the prison guard and the warden. and compare that with the testimony that came out in the 3-day hearing in early August. What about it? Look at the affidavit.
Prison guards.
I couldn't tell you if how much those documents have been looked at.
Yeah. Well, I think the problem that I've had with them is that so there's like an abundance of either just like vague or outright contradicting dates information. There's a lot of like hot potato going on, where the warden himself is like, oh, I don't know, it's not my, like, there was a lot of contradictions, I think. Is that what you mean, Travis? I would love to. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I found a Facebook post from November 5th, 2022 that I wanted to.
Okay, I'm going to pull something up while you do that.
Go ahead. Do it. I hate Facebook. But every now and then, I will stumble upon something and be like, wow, that's wild. Is anyone else surprised the defense hasn't addressed Nick McClelland's latest motion in limine? Tobin, I believe, is right. Is that what you mean?
Yep. I'm sure that's what he means.
I think I saw something about this maybe from Helix where like it wouldn't be appropriate for the defense to respond to it. Like, is that not standard operating procedure? Is that just something Nick did? Like, what would they say? Like, please let us, like, isn't that something you would argue at a hearing? I don't know if that was a question or not, but I definitely have a lot of questions about the state's most recent motion in limine, for sure. On the defense side, DBE, a geolocation expert, because the state wouldn't have to spend any money for experts in most areas like phones. Oh, I see you tagged me, Criminal Network. Let me.
Yeah, so a geolocation expert on the defense side, DB. Yeah, well, so having it, they want to use Horan's report, I believe, Special Agent Kevin Horan's report, as the geofencing expert and potentially the CSLI information. And and Travis says, because the state wouldn't have to spend any money for the experts in most areas like phones, firearm tool marks, and DNA, etc. Yeah, well, they have. At least I believe they have a DNA person, the state that they hired. There's some experts hired in there. There's a cool little psychologist that's, I think, going to be a trial expert or a trial consultant. This is obviously not an expert witness, but Travis says that's the beauty of the expert fund. They had a little bit to hire experts to look at things without having to ask for funds disclosed to anyone. Yeah. And if you do that, the auditor will just hit print. Well, I don't even think they're on this one. I think this Abby Snapchat pic on the bridge is a deep fake of her after her death. I did a video Zoom. Okay. Well, I don't even know if is that, I think maybe one of the photos they were saying that's missing the metadata for. It was part of a pre-trial motion.
They said that they didn't have, they only, what did they say? They don't have like the original photo or version of that photo because it was, I guess, like just a Snapchat Once again, I was timed out. I don't know. I'm sorry that happened. Okay. Did you already go over this, DB? Yes, you said it. Yeah. You posed this question. And then, oops. So your timeline's great. So the 11th of April is when DCS informs the Office of the Inspector General of allegations, or, you know, a complaint is launched, whatever it consisted of, we don't know. And that's kind of, I imagine they begun their investigation into the allegations against Click the 11th of April. The 23rd of April is when this Nick McClelland filed his motion for leave to subpoena third-party records from Todd Click's former employer, the Rushville Police Department. And in that motion, the prosecutor says the state believes that Todd Click has employee records that show a Brady Giglio, did I say that right?
That works.
Violation, that works, that could call into question his credibility as a witness. The violations could also call into question the veracity of his testimony. The state of Indiana has contacted the defense in this case, and the defense does not object to this subpoena and would waive the 15-day notice requirement. And then I said, it seems like the only person aware of any alleged credibility issues pertaining to Todd Click at this time was McClelland. Like,
now this is a employee records request to Rushville,
right? Not to DCS.
So did they suspect that it was a Brady Giglio issue there? Because could it be a Brady Giglio issue if it was about DCS?
I suppose it could be, right?
I mean, it could, but like, is it a Brady Giglio issue if the defense is? The defense isn't saying that it is. So, just the idea that the state is saying that is confusing when it's usually the other way around. So. And I think that this is really great. And I can't be heard, but what's going on?
Yeah. I was muted that whole time.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out what you were doing. I thought you were doing a bit. I don't know what you heard. So yeah, you just brought this point up. Why would they request them through Rushville and not DCS? And when I reread this for the first time since probably since April when it was filed, it reminded me of when the prosecutor tried to subpoena Rick's mental health records from the OC. And in one of his motions, he was like, the state has been made aware, you know, that these potentially incriminating statements exist. This to me reads like the state has been made aware that potential Brady, you know, violations exist. Like, how is he just coming into this information and then he goes through the proper channels to actually legitimately obtain, you know, what he needs? It's just very suspicious. And then there was the budget report being released with Tobin's name on it that I don't think we at this point have any clarity as to like why that was released, if that was proper or not, why Carroll County suddenly had this like massive change of heart about transparency, whereas we couldn't even get like a summary of their budget. Now they're releasing like a line item budget without much pushback at all. And on that budget report, it seemed to contain, or it seemed to publish the names of defense witnesses or experts, not necessarily witnesses, but experts that prior were not known. to the public or the state, presumably. Is that a fair synopsis? Like it seems like at least Tobin's name, that was the first time that the public saw Tobin listed as an expert in this case. I don't know when the state became aware of it, but it just seems like there's a lot of improper communication maybe happening between the prosecutor's office and these other technically like uninvolved parties. It just is very like sus to me. It's like I just feel like there's all of these, like, why is everybody bending over backwards to help Nick McClellan like do shady shit is kind of how I feel. Like, it's just weird. I got a lot of questions, that's all. That's my spiel. So I found this screenshot today of a Facebook post from November. Actually, I think the date is on it. It was from like November 5th, 2022, I want to say. So like 2 days after Rick arrived at Westville Correctional Facility, 2 days after he was transferred into DOC custody under safekeeping. And I just wanted to look at it with y'all because with what we now know or have heard from hearings and transcripts and all of the things, it's just interesting to me. And I think it at least answered one of the questions that I had outstanding still. So, and I haven't been able to find the original post. I don't have a screenshot of the entirety of the post. So like I can't look at comments, but if anybody like wants a project and wants to try and hunt this down on Facebook in one of the, I don't even know what Delphi group it was in, if it was in a Carroll County group, I have no idea.
Wait, what is it?
I'm about to share it. It's a Facebook post. Oops.
Oh, I know some.
Maybe someone that could help.
I know some Facebook hunts.
Okay. We need the Facebook hunt. So this is a post from someone named Melissa in a Delphi or Carroll County group. Oops, where'd it go? So this was posted on November 5th, 2022 in a public comment in a group, and it says something, something, something. No something, although this person gave no indication that they weren't allowed to talk about Rick Allen. And I imagine context clues tell me that she's talking about somebody that works at DOC or an inmate at DOC, somebody at DOC, said that Rick, was on suicide watch and they checked on him every 15 minutes. What does that sound like to you? To me, that sounds like a suicide companion, right? So if Rick is on suicide watch on November 5th, 2 days after he arrives, and he already has companions checking on him every 15 minutes, I would have to go back and like reread the actual transcripts from those hearings, but that does contradict at least one of the witnesses' testimony about the companions and when they were implemented and what that consisted of. This, assuming that this person is being factual, and it seems as though they are. Rick, seemed like he actually was. Oh, sorry. They had to ask him how he was, and he always said that he was fine. So this, again, to me, this reads like these suicide companions are talking to Rick, which they're not supposed to do, unless they're not actually utilizing suicide companions with the Plus program in any official capacity. They're just having people staked outside of his cell, bothering him every 15 minutes. Like, I don't know. It's just, so they had to ask him how he was. He always said he was fine. He seemed like he actually was fine, except that he looks through you, not at you. He was very nice to everyone and was not a problem at all. they always wanted him to be shitty with them so that they could say something shitty back, but he never was. He visited with his wife by video, and they said they thought his wife knew. When I asked why they thought that, they couldn't give me a real reason. It seemed to me like it was just a vibe they got, so that means absolutely nothing. They said that the jail was very chaotic with him there because so many people wanted information. That was interesting. I don't know where this was buried, but I came across it today and found it to be interesting. That's all.
That seems interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like from the moment he arrived in DOC, he had either plus companions, suicide companions outside his door talking to him in violation of DOC's own policy, or he had not suicide companions with the plus program and just either randos or I don't know, guards staked outside his door checking on him every 15 minutes. That's weird. And I imagine that would not be the circumstances or environment had he remained in a county jail versus DOC. That's all. Very weird. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the chat. Oh, I remembered I was going to ask you, DB. I don't know if you're here or if you stepped away, but why would so if they didn't subpoena or do any kind of cell phone extraction of Rick when he willingly went to law enforcement or Doolin or whomever he approached initially as a witness that day, right, when he gave a statement about what he saw that day on the bridge or whatever. So it doesn't appear like they did any kind of phone extraction or anything, but why would his IMEI, is that
correct?
Why would he have gotten that info from Rick's cell phone at that time if he was just providing helpful eyewitness?
He gave it to them.
Would they have asked for it, you think? Obviously, who knows? But is that something that is a common thing to ask for from an eyewitness?
I believe they had a reason to ask for it, and they probably had people there that were very experienced in the reviewing and analyzing of the IMEI information, and the people that were actually in charge of the investigation or the people that were interviewing people were not as familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you had somebody there that was not being precise with their questions about the IMEI.
Somebody there, you mean
just wrote
whoever
it
was
down.
Okay.
Said it. Well, I don't know. Fucking FBI told me to grab this from people. So is this what it is? What do you know where this is? I would suspect that they gave people instructions on how to ask for that information and why it's important, and some talking points to officers that were not experienced in asking for that voluntarily.
Mm-hmm.
And those first layer of objections that people are going to give, how to overcome them to get to have them disclose that information to you, how to ease their stress about it, and maybe where you would find it and different types of advice, different types of devices, where you would look for that information. So
so that would mean then, if that's the case, then it's likely that other eyewitnesses that came forward, and I imagine there's plenty of them, they would probably also have those individuals' IMEI info too.
Yeah, you would imagine, but maybe Doolin was just being a Boy Scout and asked exactly for everything that was on a sheet, that a bullet point of notes, technical things to ask, and maybe other people didn't go there. They said, oh, he wasn't there that day, whatever. Sometimes they can be really structured in the information they're supposed to gather, and sometimes not. And so, I don't know. It's hard to say, but I want to read this comment. Hey, what's the answering machine's name? Humberto de la Cruz? Or what the fuck is that shit? It's funny as fuck. Apache looking dude. That's Keegan Klein's old cellmate, right? Oh, man. That's one of the big homies right there. Travis says polygraph test that someone took one. What the results were are not admissible in Indiana unless a DA, defense attorney, accused, and the judge all agree, which never happens unless no Travis yet. Dan Doolin said out of his own mouth that he was a silent witness, which means he will not be testifying unless ordered to do so. Okay. Okay. You know that what happened with the Kentucky and the sheriff and judge recently? Never heard of it. I expect lots of crazy stuff to come out the investigation while town corruption exists. Yeah.
It's really sad.
He shot that dude for real.
He shot him and then he made sure he was like
shot him dead.
Shot him and shot him again.
See, Torsel had a question up here. He gets preference for questions. DB, I asked you on Twitter, but you didn't respond. Hey, man.
What are you doing, DB?
Are you a Facebook hun? I respond to all Facebook huns first. Sorry. Did the no phone for the defense attorneys correspond with when they visited RA and his face was all bruised up? I don't know. We'll have to ask the timeline experts on that one. Chevy Killer 306.
Hey, Chevy Killer.
And in what world today does a judge not allow a geofence in that they use to solve? They've used them to solve bank robbery since 2017. Are you talking about the case against Todd Click? It seems like they could, if they're the owners of the work phone, they wouldn't even need a geofence. Okay, robbery. Since 2017, no judge or prosecutor wants it to be disallowed. Last one was Fannie Willis. Yeah, that's an interesting case. They're all on your own. Serial number. True crime grade. That would be a part of the painted narrative that was perpetrated online, from my understanding.
Oh, what was Kelt's question? Let me go back. Oh, okay. Never mind. The close. Oh, can I really quick pull up that?
You do whatever you want. It's your channel.
You read that.
Allen came forward because he tried to create an alibi. He didn't know Betsy Blair saw him, and a bullet was found. He'd gotten rid of the gun. I think he can count, though. And you may know why that's important. Travis Williamson was surprised they let attorneys take phones into prisons in Indiana. Yeah. Very odd. Nowhere else does. They typically don't work in prisons. Right. Unless you're visiting outside, and that never happens. Very strange. So what was the chaplain that was sitting outside of his cell? Don't tell me it was chauffeur blower. It was the same that one would be at all police morning meetings. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Dan Doolin also spoke in 2017. Was told, stand the fuck down. You little pipsqueak.
That's true, actually.
Yeah, he stood down all the way into a promotion and being the fire chief.
Yeah. Actually, he got promoted to within DNR, I believe, in 2018. I could be wrong. It could have been 2016, in which case, moot. But I'm pretty sure he got promoted within DNR. Yeah, now he's a fire chief. But he was, yeah, he I believe, was told that. I don't know what that means, like, if that means anything, but I want to read this really quick It's not long. It's very short. It's just the written kind of excerpt from Donnie Burgess' interview with True Crime Gritty from the other day.
Hey, is HCC counter streaming us?
Is he doing a stream? I haven't seen. I miss
I don't know.
HCC streams. Oh, is he gaming? Okay, so this is from October 4th, so Thursday. You may have noticed electronic eyeglasses are now listed as items banned from the courtroom during the trial of accused Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen. There's a reason for that listing, and the person involved wants to clear the air. When Indiana State Police held a private logistics meeting with news media representatives in September, issues with broadcast and electronic device restrictions made by Special Judge Fran Gull were raised before ISP public information officers. Those officers informed media of 2 incidents that apparently angered Judge Gull and eventually led to her written statement earlier this year of no longer having faith in media to cover the case appropriately. It's an insane thing for a judge to say, let alone to put in a fucking written order. That's an insane thing for a judge to say, because it's not up to her. Sorry, I'll clap after. So the first issue was Court TV's delayed broadcast of the October 2023 court hearing, in which Judge Gull surprised Allen's attorneys, Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rosie, with the proposal of either disqualifying them in front of the courtroom or allowing them to step down on their own. Gull was apparently angered by Court TV's brief broadcast of a hallway within the Allen County Courthouse. In September, ISP relayed to media that they had heard someone showed up to a Delphi Murders court hearing wearing something akin to Google glasses to record the hearing. The statement was repeated during Thursday's Hammer and Nigel show discussion regarding Delphi. Now the woman behind the glasses, Christina, has come forward to say that her Ray-Ban glasses should have never been a cause for concern. Quote, "I never used them," she said during a Friday conversation with WIBC Radio Network, Indiana. "They were not being used to record anyone. They were not being used to do any of that. I mean, at the end of the day, they're simply a pair of sunglasses, literally." Stewart, an independent reporter and content creator, has attended several Delphi court hearings. She plans to go to the trial proper beginning October 14th and also raise concerns about transparency in the court hearings. I'm going to link this so that, oops, God. I swear. I thought I was going to link it.
I just wanted to get clarification too.
Yeah.
Put a 1 True Grit if it's Christina. Put a 2 if it's Christiana.
Oh, are you being funny?
Or did they spell it wrong? I don't know.
No, I misspoke. Sorry, Christiana. No, it's Christiana. I totally.
Also, you don't even have to say. I know that you don't mind, but.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't even think about that. I did a dox.
Oh, we got people voting. Nice.
I'm
That's
pretty
good.
sure it's Christiana.
Let's vote on how this person.
Let's vote on how it's pronounced.
Now that's American culture right there.
Well, actually, so we didn't know about this. Why would we? Because we're not news media representatives. But in September, apparently, there was a private logistics meeting held with Judge Gull and media representatives and ISP public information officers. What the fuck are we doing, y'all? Why is that happening? Why is that happening, DB?
It's quite strange. Where's
Do you
that
actually think it's strange?
Actually not really.
Okay.
I think that it could be if we knew more circumstances, but I think it's also totally reasonable that a sitting judge that's unfamiliar with the courtroom, it's not her courtroom, would want to make sure that the press has what they need and that they all are introduced to a point of contact within her staff and that, they get contact information, whatever they need to get. They need to make some clear expectations. They need to know the safety points that are in the facility with her staff, probably the emergency management, a gentleman that is doing a press run He's going to be there, you know, kind of walking in front of her, kind of parading around her. And, you know, that all seems completely unnecessary.
You think it does sound necessary?
Okay, I was being a little bit sarcastic at the last thing. That guy's like running around like
The EMS director that was crying. Oh, should I play that video?
You should. That's what I was gonna say. You should play it if we can.
Yeah, I can. It's gross. Why do you think we both, without discussing it, just both had such a, I guess, visceral or like intense reaction to that video? What about it? What about that? I guess maybe I'll play it first.
Yeah, that shit's just lame and goofy.
It's just weird. It's fucking weird. Like, what are you doing? Why are you so emotional about, like, don't do an interview if you can't do an interview without fucking crying. Everybody. Okay.
Oh my god.
I don't. What?
Oh, getting clipped. She's getting clipped.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Fucking, you're the EMS director.
No, I'm not. I'm not the EMS director, and you know that.
You are, DB. You're the EMS director.
M's.
What was I going to do? Oh, yeah,
I'll
that
direct
video.
M's.
DB snark is hard to distinguish immediately. Yeah, yeah.
It's called gaslighting.
He's a dynamic character.
It's called gaslighting.
Not gaslighting. It's called having layers and being dynamic. Did I send that to you on the iPad? How are you going to know? I think I did. Made me so uncomfy. Here it is. Okay. God. I need a new keyboard for real, man. This is ridiculous.
Oh my god.
What?
That bums me out.
Oh, right.
We'll-
Sorry, let me
we'll
just
work
trigger
on
you.
that.
Yes, please.
I'm not saying that because
Okay.
I'm snarky. I'm a keyboard guy.
You hear that? That's my fucking phantom
button.
rogue key just being so extra. Okay. This is a video from, I think, whenever 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, probably now, is when this video is from. Ready?
$1 million estimated cost for Carroll County to pay for, host, put on this trial. Is that as staggering to you as it is to me?
It is. It's a lot of money, especially for a small county like us. But we want to make sure that we have a fair, safe, and secure trial.
Can you speak to just how important this trial is to your community?
Well, they want closure, I think, is the biggest thing. But we also got to make sure that everybody's rights are protected in this too. So it's an important thing. You know, been a long time.
A long, costly, emotional process for an entire community.
You know, so, but we also got to make sure that everybody's rights are protected in this too. So it's an important thing. You know, been a long time.
A long, costly.
Look at the sticker on his folder behind him. That's funny. So this is the EMA, emergency
EMS.
management. This is the EMS. I have one video. It's even shorter. Look how good by the way, have you noticed how much
You're getting through the
improved
content.
Yeah, I know. Oh God. What is happening in the chat? If there's somebody being obnoxious, can y'all just like block them? I've been watching again. Oh, you mean I just missed a context clue. I thought they were talking about someone in the chat. They were talking about that fucking nerd crying on the video I just showed. Okay. This is the same individual. Is this a dox? No, he's a public figure. Oh my God, I'm gonna scream. Here we go. There's no volume, but that's the same person walking in. Oops, I don't know. I don't think I meant to do that. Fuck. I might have just accidentally banned someone, and I don't think I can unban them. So if I did, I will correct that after. Please don't leave me. Was that it? That was the whole video? Anyway. So that's weird. How does everybody feel about that? It made me feel really uncomfy. Like, honestly, I just feel constantly emotionally manipulated and gaslit by everybody in Carroll County. Like, you can't even get through a 3-minute interview with the news about a additional budget appropriation without weeping. That's inappropriate, and it feels manipulative and inauthentic, and I'm fucking tired of it.
Now, if somebody were to be upset
About
and somebody were to, well, double homicide people in their community, that's reasonable. I think I understand
Sure.
that somebody in the community may have an emotional reaction. I just don't know if that interview is appropriate. And I also don't know why that gentleman is being interviewed so many times. He's had at least 3 interviews, right?
He's had a lot of them, yeah, and he's also the person. Thank you for getting that person. I'm so sorry.
Is he the chairperson of the committee? Like the senior chairperson?
So Mike Fincher, so obviously his job is, by the way, you're the EMS or EMA director for the county. So you've dealt with traumatic things. It's your job. As a therapist who hears, okay, I guess it's different. I'm not going to go there, but he was also now Sheriff Tony Liggett's campaign finance manager for the entirety of his campaign for sheriff. And he's married to the meanest Facebook hunbot on the planet. Not that, I mean.
Well, that's a nice little fold. That's a neat little thing.
Yeah. Yeah, she's actually called both Courtney and I low budget porn stars. She's really nice. She's like 55.
Well, some of us have taste, and it doesn't matter about the price.
I don't know how they would know anything about the budget, although he should.
Travis says how they came up with the number for costing the county to try the case are pretty baffling. It's inexplicable to me. And the journalists that are like, stunning, breaking news.
Yeah.
In a stunning turn of events, like, y'all, where you been? Pull up a chair. Like, why are you stunned by this?
Well, you're not stunned by it. At least not according to your tweets. You're stunned by how stunned the media is.
I have never been stunned by it. Can we play that one more time? And I am going to pause it.
Yeah. Which one?
Not the one where he's infatuated with Judge Gall.
The one where he's crying, where he's weeping like a bitch. Sorry, where he's weeping.
He seemed emotional, yes, which I don't have a problem with. However, don't do it on an interview if you can't. Like, pick a different guy, pick a different person.
I've seen too much. I know too much. I can't interpret that.
Is this just him, or is it the whole video?
What?
The video of him
Oh, I think there's more. You want me to find the original? I think it's on
Yeah.
YouTube. Yeah, I
The
think I have it
original
saved.
is really what makes me upset. Mods are overrated. Mods are gay too. We have
a lot of we have gay
mods.
mods. We have so many
Absolutely.
gay mods.
Those are actually some of the best mods.
I know. Okay, I think I linked it to you actually.
Yeah, find it. He was in the news about costs and said they were going to need more money, and they did say that, and they did need more money. And why?
Yeah, why?
Why did they say that? They gave an explanation, and we'll go over that when we go over the video, because I think it's quite interesting. The mods are perfect. Oh yeah, the best mods. I walked in here, I said, "Wow, we got these mods."
You're getting better. You're getting better. Your impression. What day was that?
2 days ago.
Okay. Thank you.
And public corruption. I'm not saying this is about public corruption necessarily. We all have our theories. And this gentleman here, I believe this gentleman, they need 200 more 700 or 70K podiums. How good of a headline is 70K podium? I'm sure there's a $12,000 Georgia trip headline out there somewhere. I am sure defense fund headlines exist somewhere. It's inexplicable that they don't dunk on that. That's clicks. And I'm not talking about Todd clicks. Okay? I'm talking about clicking on your video, impressions.
Yeah. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
I believe this is the right video. Okay.
And we are now just 10 days from the start of the Delphi Murders trial.
And as we first told you last night on 13 News at 6, the total cost of this trial could be more than $4 million. This afternoon, our Rich Nye talked with a Carroll County worker who's on the committee estimating those costs.
Rich joins us live from the newsroom tonight. Rich, can you fill us in on what you've learned?
Carroll County first estimated the cost of the trial at $2.1 million, but that estimate was made in late 2022. This week, county officials gave public notice asking the county council for an additional $2.1 million to pay for Richard Allen's trial. The county's emergency man.
You don't like the pauses, huh? That was too much pressure. I don't like the pauses, and I don't like turning my
Sorry,
mic
no,
on
my
mute.
best friend is here. That's all.
Who?
Like my best friend is here. Anyway, go ahead, I'm listening.
In the room? Is this something about Jerry Holman's ping? Okay. So item A here. What are you doing? Why are you talking about there being an estimate for how much the trial was going to cost in 2022? It was $2 million. You knew that, Mr. Nye.
Right.
So it got extended, and there's a continuation, and the defense attorneys got thrown off.
I see what you're saying.
Does he understand linear time? I don't know.
No.
Go ahead and play.
Okay.
Management director serves on the committee that came up with that figure. He says the delayed and now longer trial, expert witnesses, housing and feeding the jury from Allen County.
Sorry, I just want to make sure you could hear it. My bad.
Yeah, no. I like it.
What were the reasons he just gave?
Jury? The jury, yeah. Sequestering and feeding and all of those things.
Because it is a jury in veneer.
Right.
Right? So
Yes.
back it up. We're gonna do the
Back it
Ellie
up
and
more?
Bob.
Okay.
No, but I
No,
just
no,
said.
too far. Too far.
Do you? Well, you want to share
Million
it?
Is that good? Or
A
further?
little bit more. No, that's good, right? No, I meant a little bit more forward. Go ahead.
No.
What are you on your phone? What are you doing over there?
Stop. It's too uncanny. Is that good?
Yes, play it.
dollars to pay for Richard Allen's trial. The county's emergency management director serves on the committee that came up with that figure. He says the delayed and now longer trial, expert witnesses, housing and
Stop.
feeding the jury from Allen County.
Okay, back it up.
Oh my God.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna share it then.
I don't know. I'm backing up. Okay. Again?
I've been talking
There's
about this for months. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm talking. Okay, I'm done. Oh, okay. And everyone's got. I'm not talking to her any type of way. If you guys got a problem with how I'm talking to my channel partner, I always talk to her this way. I'm passionate.
I've been talking to her like this for 20 years.
Did you just vape on camera?
No.
You remember that? How mad you got? Okay. People.
I don't even have a vape anymore.
No,
Sad.
I'm saying that you were playing a character.
Oh,
and I was playing a character.
sorry.
And my character one time got a little bit mad about.
Oh my God.
This little hippopotamus knows. Hey,
Yeah,
little
it's
baby
moving.
hippo. Will you just put this link in
You don't want to watch it together? Fine.
chat, in private chat? I'm gonna do it
Why? Fine.
because it is really stupid that I keep telling you to pause, and that's not reasonable.
I don't mind. It makes me feel needed. Okay, I put it in private chat. Why did you want it in private chat though?
Well, we have a lot of good chat going on right now, and I don't want to distract from it. People are kind of waiting on bated breath to see you put something in chat, and I don't want to distract.
Will you? Oh, you want me to put it in chat?
No, we're
Oh.
good. I said.
I'm sorry.
I said.
Oh my God. Yeah, so this is what you're saying basically, right, DB?
No, I gotta share it, and then I gotta pause it where I need to.
Let's fucking go. Oh wait, share it where? Like, oh, I see what you're doing. You wanted to be the one to. You
Yeah, I have
wanted
a
to be in
control
control of
issue.
the buttons. I got you. Okay, fine. Jeez, Louise.
Okay, here we go. Pause here. Delphi Murders, everybody.
No sound, DB.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, he's saying, can you fill us in on what we've learned? Carroll County is. What did you do?
I didn't do anything. There's no audio on your tab, on your tabby.
Why are you messing with it?
Did you give up on playing it?
Fucking
No,
Nick
you didn't give up
McClelland.
on playing it. Okay, I'll give you. Are you all right? It is really quiet. Did you get my email? I resent it. I'll check while DB gets himself together. Let me check right now.
Are you really going to check right now? Is the audio working?
No audio. DB, did you make sure that your audio, okay. I think your audio on YouTube is turned off. Because there were, maybe.
Okay. I see.
You're stuck in top chat again.
Fucking. How could they do it?
Yes,
to
I got it.
me?
Yes, I got it. I will respond after.
How could they do it to me?
Never forget the time DB abandoned us for 8 minutes. What was that about?
Don't ask about that.
Okay. There you go.
Days from the start of the Delphi Murders trial.
And as we first told you last night on 13.
I don't do that. Okay. I'm a Christian boy.
News at 6, the total cost of this trial could be more than $4 million. This afternoon, our Rich Nye talked with a Carroll County worker who's on the committee estimating those costs.
Rich joins us live from the newsroom tonight. Rich, can you fill us?
Excuse me, did you just say Ruse Room?
$1 million. This afternoon, our Rich Nye talked with a Carroll County worker who's on the committee estimating those costs.
Rich joins us live from the newsroom tonight. Rich, can you fill us in on?
Oh, that's why they call it that. They're doing a ruse.
What you've learned.
Carroll County first estimated the cost of the trial at $2.1 million, but that estimate was made in late 2022.
Also known as not when the trial happened.
This week, county officials gave public notice asking the county council for.
I mean, in 2022,
Yeah.
they didn't have the fucking PCA turned over until what, December?
Yeah.
And they said it was going to cost $2.2 million. Oh, wait, they didn't even arrest them yet when they made that, right? That's from the videos you put out about the total cost that
Did he
Nick
say,
was.
He said one. Well, yeah, they were already estimated cost back then, is the point.
Wait, why are they reporting this on WTHR? It says here, the ticker here, DB makes me laugh so hard. Oh, that's not the tick. Oh, it's a different ticker.
Oh my gosh, this is actually true. Like in this image, they have similar. You know, Hammy.
What is that? A mood? Wait, is that? Oh my god, I almost got canceled.
It's like his face because he has like big eyes.
Yeah, I was gonna make a NASA joke, but I'm not going to. NASA.
For an additional $2.2 million to pay for.
Okay. Do you guys remember? Ange a couple minutes ago was saying something about how the judge in this case. The judge in this case. What you're gonna what? Interrupt or you're gonna giggle upon the? You may, if you please. The judge in this case has an aversion to hallways being filmed. Okay. If you film a motherfucking hallway one more time, I'm throwing out everything. Right? And look at this hallway we have here. This is an incredible hallway. We have not only a hallway, we have a whole staircase. We got a motherfucking platoon, dude, of special agents with the Indiana Department of Corrections CERT team here. A wonderful level of security that it's quite unlikely we'll see again. Now, we need to bring it right here, and there's something. I don't get it. I don't.
I see it. I do see it.
Maybe it was a selection of photo. What is up with this little guy, huh? This little Mudang.
You're interested, huh?
Yeah, I didn't think I would be. And you know what?
I know you didn't.
It looks
you
like
didn't.
it's about to do a chomp. And I
He is
like
about
that.
to do a chomp, and he does a lot of chomps, and he does a lot of mischievousness. And I knew that you didn't think it was interesting because you didn't inquire as to what it was when I put the poll up. And ain't that some shit? Now look at you. All about some Mudang.
I don't know what any of that means, but yeah, sure. So the hallway. This is a very particular hallway. And this is a hallway that is being filmed. And it's a setup. Look at this. Look at these characters. Look at all these people.
Can you remove your fucking
Oh, my bad.
$2.2 million to pay for Richard Allen's trial. The county's emergency management director serves on the committee that came up with that figure. He says the delayed and now longer.
Okay, the delayed. So the delay, right? So we have the delay, and it's a delay. So what do we know about delays? We know about time. We know about physics. We know about psychology. These are all things that we can use, and college algebra.
I'm gonna kill you.
Wait, what? No? Okay.
Keep going.
Delayed and now longer trial.
It is delayed and longer. This guy is crushing the facts here.
Expert witnesses, housing and feeding the jury from
housing and feeding the jury from outside of the county.
That's insane. Yeah, that's a lot for 5. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, when you have a special judge, in this case, the special judge isn't in Carroll County, right? But the jury is going to be from Allen County. Well, she presides in Allen County. And the judge is used to being there. All the people that are being paid live in Allen County. So why would that be something that needs to be taken in consideration if the judge's ruling is that the fairness and equality of the location of the trial is what matters? Is you're going to start taking into consideration, the cost? Did she understand how much it was going to cost when she made that decision? Was she thinking about the cost of her decision when she disqualified the other attorneys? I don't know.
housing and feeding the jury from Allen County and extra
and feeding them for longer, right? Because now the delay doesn't affect how much food the jury eats, right? But now that they're going to be there, they have to feed her and her staff. Yeah, and you got to pay them per diem. Okay.
security in Delphi all combined to escalate the cost.
Additional security in Delphi.
And extra security in Delphi, all Allen County, and extra security in Delphi,
You feel like you did a weed because this is your brain on weed.
I'm sorry.
Just stick the jury in prison. Well, I think they're probably going to be staying in Lafayette, Western. So you might as well call it prison. So they're going to have security officers, an additional layer of security that needs to come in, right? Where are they going to come from? Allen County.
Why do you say that?
It's going to be her staff.
Why?
It's going to be the courthouse staff that are going to be coming in.
But it's in
What?
Carroll County.
Well, who else are they going to have?
Carroll County.
As courthouse security?
Yeah. They just
said they
hired a
need-
bunch. I'm pretty sure they just hired more for that reason. Actually, let me fact check that. But
Wait,
why
so
wouldn't they?
Are these people's pay now going to be part of this funding? Or they just hired them on their payroll? Like,
Wouldn't it be interesting if their pay was part of the funding that they could then get reimbursed back? I don't know.
Housing and feeding the jury from Allen County and extra security in Delphi, all
extra security in Delphi. Kind of seems like they're saying that they're going to bring extra security to Delphi.
Like hire outside security.
Yeah, but you could also say that it sounds like, oh, it's they're in Delphi.
They'll
already,
have to
so.
pay regardless, right? So
Can we get never a dumber word or never a truer word? Some analysis on the statement there.
combine to escalate the cost.
And this fucking guy.
what did he do now? Oh,
This glorified
main,
fucking copywriter, dude.
He's your main beat. Yeah, this is your arch
The
nemesis.
antithesis of my character
Yeah,
is
he's
this
your
gentleman's
he's your
character.
the
You should be
penguin for-
ashamed of yourself. You should be. You should have your ancestors call upon you to apologize on your behalf. You've disgraced your ancestors.
That takes us to a total of over $4 million.
Look at his headphones. The wires
That
are
takes
like-
us to. Yeah. Wait. You can't. This guy doesn't have a pair of
wireless.
not wireless Bluetooth.
Estimated cost for Carroll County to pay.
You got this gentleman here. What is that book up there in the top right? Is that David Schilling's?
Mhm. I just can't get over the folder in the background. Like,
CYA.
Yeah.
What does it mean, folks?
the-
What does it mean?
cover your ass.
I thought it meant cover your assets because they're going to get audited.
They're not, probably. Actually, did you see the article that was like Nick McClellan requested that they use one of the courthouse rooms for a war room? And when the auditor was like, oh, well, we need that room because it's I think it's the treasurer's office or something. She's like, well, like if the state board of accounts comes in, like they need that room, it needs to be available. And Nick was like, well, can't you just tell them to wait until after trial? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's just like
I thought. Oh, go ahead.
Nope. Go ahead.
I thought CYA stood for contact your auditor because I did call them. I did email them, and I did confirm. Maybe it means cover your auditor or I don't know.
I think it may actually no, never mind.
Blackwater will be securing the court. It's totally justified. It seems like they're talking about private contractors. I don't know. Maybe they can get some from Newcastle to come down there and fucking put their boots on some people. Jesus. There is a black site on Delphi. I've also heard such things. Call your aunt. How do you fucking know I have an aunt? Huh? How do you know I covet your auditor? Covet thy name, thy boss, and thou shalt be unto thee. Okay.
Pay for, host, put
Host.
on this trial. Is that on this trial? To pay for, host, put on this trial. Host, put on this trial. Put on this trial.
Motherfucker, listen. If this ain't Shea 45 and M&M's walking in the background, secure the premises, sir. How about no one's walking behind the reporter during the time of the shoot? And by shoot, I mean your fucking team's background is making you look like an alien, sir. I want to know who that guy is.
On this,
In the background?
Gentleman here. This is a new character I'm going to play. You're going to see blurred out fucking bystander TV, dude. This mother.
That is
Like zero situational awareness, DB.
Yeah, and I also love that he has a hat on. You know.
It's not really like what is he? What is this?
Okay, I don't want to just I could go on this. All
What
day.
is this? Why?
Take
Wait,
your hat
can
off.
we establish why the EMA director is giving is their interviewee
Well, okay,
for the
so
blood
he's
split?
on the town council, right? Which is an
I
elected
don't
position,
bel-
right?
Is he? Is Fincher on the council?
Well,
He must
he's
be.
in charge of the committee.
Okay, then yeah. Okay, well, but
So,
no.
so he's a committee member. Can we is Peggy in here? Peggo?
I haven't seen her in a minute. Yeah, that's Fincher. But why?
It's not. I'm not saying that you guys wouldn't know. There's this.
No, I
Peggy is
don't know.
particular.
I know
I'm
that
saying
Peggy
to the
has
chat.
been. She's been going like she's been doing a lot of research on all of this stuff. I have no idea anymore. Like once
That's
Deb left-
clear. About as clear as Dickhead's fucking team's background. Okay. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry.
Staggering to you as it is to me.
He looks like
Let you listen to this motherfucker.
Put on this trial. Is that as staggering to you? Is staggering to that is staggering to you as it is to me? That is staggering to you as it is to me.
This man is staggered.
it's staggering.
He's staggered that in 2022 there was a budget for $2.2 million. And then Judge Gohl said there's been an unforeseen set of circumstances. Did he know about this unforeseen set of circumstances? I believe he was in the present of the jury, or in the present of the judge at the time of these unusual circumstances being announced. So did he not think that those circumstances would change? And he is staggered. That is a stagger, ain't it, right there? That is walking stagger.
Staggering to you. That is to me.
Why are you DB? Time out. Did this man like
to me?
You're very passionate about this. This has you.
Are you
Like,
serious? I just think I don't have a personal animus towards him and his fucking green shirt.
You're quite spun up.
Am I triggered? People don't like me when I'm triggered.
I prefer you when you're triggered. In fact, actually. So, what does that say?
You know what? You want to talk shit?
No.
It's gonna be Rich and I. Oh, Rich, here we go. You gave DB the controls.
It's
Oh my God.
it's a lot of
Just
money,
you and Mike Fincher.
especially for a
They can't hear you, Ange. You're not on stage. What were you saying about backstage?
small county like us. A small, it's a lot of money, especially for.
It's a lot of money. Well, this is the thing. There's been studies on the cost of juries or the cost of criminal trials in Indiana. Okay. This is a capital eligible crime with 4 capital eligible charges. He is afforded the right to counsel, but in Indiana, he's afforded the right to 2 leave without parole qualified attorneys in a capital case, even if they're not when they're not seeking the death penalty. I don't have a personal animus towards this guy. I'm going to say that again. But I've seen green beans dress better than this man at a bus stop. Anyways.
For a small county like.
They're a small county. It was a unseasonably warm day in a small, quiet county.
It is.
It's a lot of money, guys.
It's a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Especially for a small county like us. but
especially for them in particular.
we want to make sure that we have a fair, safe, and secure
Wait, why
trial.
for them in particular?
Well, I don't know. He seems to be distinguishing his duties. His burden is much greater. This is a lot of money for us because this is how much we're willing to commit to this. It is a substantial amount of money.
Can you speak to just how important this
I don't think he can.
trial is to your community?
Well, they want closure, I think, is the biggest thing. But
can you speak
Hey.
to just how important this trial
Hey.
is to your community?
well, they want closure. They
Hey.
want closure.
Put
Closure.
the pen down when you're being interviewed on the news.
I thought you were talking to me for a second. I
They-
was
they
like,
want
"Are you
closure."
crazy?
I think is the biggest thing.
I don't have personal
but
animus.
we also got to make sure that everybody's
I
rights
feel
are
like I'm in a
protected.
time warp. This clip is 8 hours long.
This is part one.
Everybody's rights are protected.
This guy says
Everybody's rights are protected. Biggest thing.
he gets another click right
I
there.
think
But
is the biggest thing.
is he chopping a breadcrumb for us? Is he calling for Todd Click?
Biggest thing.
Did-
But we also got to make sure that everybody's rights are protected. Everybody's rights are protected. Everybody's rights are protected.
That's great,
Wait,
sir.
wait, y'all. Do y'all want to know how DB listens to?
You
How
could say
DB
it, but
chooses to consume his podcast and you stream content? What he does is he plays both at the same time, and he can tune in and out, and they're both usually on what 1.5, maybe 2 times.
yeah,
Okay. All right.
I have problems.
Proceed. Carry on.
In this too. So
How loud is the pen to you now that I pointed it out?
Wait, look at his hat.
Oh, I'll
It
pause.
doesn't even.
I don't like pausing a lot through this.
What?
I don't like that. But
You
if
don't?
you insist, we could do a pause. Let's get to it. What?
I just want you to go back to his hat because it's I like what it says. Go back.
See if we get a hat shot here. Dude. You got an emergency on your hands, sir. You are fucking emergent. Can I say
Like
this is like
nondescript.
this is like when you're watching a spy movie and they're like, it's the secret file, and it says
And it
secret
just says
file.
secret file. Yes.
They're not much about nuance over there, so I think this fucking hat is straight out of Central Booking.
Not a descriptor to be found. Just oh my
Oh my god!
God. Are you
Click it.
trying to...
You click it.
No, you click it.
Oh my god! This is the merch guy. This is the merch guy. Are you saying I need to get in contact with him to get his vendor list? Because I'm pretty sure it's all hidden. You couldn't get a
No,
vendor
his
list out
vendor
of this
list is like-
motherfucker if you
His
had a
vendor
rent.
list, it's like Spirit Halloween. Like he's like
No, it's like the local fucking it's the local hardware store that they've been paying $65 for an emergency 16,000 emergency management. Well, the math doesn't really add up, you know. I'm telling you, you couldn't get a vendor list out of this guy with a white emergency management hat.
it's applesauce.
Yeah, she's eating tapioca. What the fuck? That is
It's
disgusting.
applesauce.
Okay, can we get a can we get a can we get somebody to look up these books? Anyone familiar with the spine of these books up here in the top right? Also, that's a handsome flag you have there. I think that is the thin emergency management line. Anyways.
Been a long time.
It's been a long time.
It's an important thing, been a long time. It's an important thing. It's an important thing, been a long time.
TP, please.
What? You want it to be over? Because I was about to make a point.
No, I could go all day.
A long time. How about Richard Allen being in solitary confinement for a long time? And this gentleman says,
But we want to make sure that we have a fair, safe, and secure trial.
Can you speak to just
for a small county, especially for a small county? It's a lot of money, especially for
to your community.
But we also got to make sure that everybody's rights are protected. But
we got to make sure everybody's rights were protected.
So whose rights other than
Did Carroll County Sheriff's Department get new hats called emergency management? Did the public defender's office get issued these hats? Sir, you're the fucking emergency management
his hat's not even on his head.
employee.
Why is his hat so small though?
Do not, well, they don't got a lot of money. Okay. They're a small county. The hats that they can afford.
There's
are not
126
much.
people.
I'm so sorry, everybody. This is ridiculous.
uh,
It's their fault, not mine, that this is really getting out of control.
it's an important thing.
It is an important thing. That I agree with. It is an important thing.
Been a long time.
A long, costly,
A long, costly, emotional time.
emotional process for an entire community. Abby Williams and Libby German were.
Angie, also get a Hack 5RF. I don't know what that is. Porta pack. Yeah, just get a fucking rubber ducky too. So I don't I can detect
No one
and
is
block
safe right
pen, trap, and trace. What? Hey, let us
sorry.
disassociate and talk about technical terms that people don't understand. And also take advantage of their opening in avenue. As I was saying, open source is fair game.
I'm sorry, I keep doing.
It wasn't looking at. He still doesn't look official.
Oh my god. What happened?
Found murdered
I
near
paused
the Monon
No,
Excuse me.
High Bridge in Delphi on February 14th, 2017. Williams and Libby German were found murdered near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi on February 14th, 2017. The trial is scheduled for 5 weeks. Jury selection begins October 14th.
Has anybody ever had the occasion to appear on a television show? Or has ever had a professional photographer photograph you?
Can you rate his outfit, please? Please, I beg you to rate
Can I
his
rate
outfit.
it?
I want you to critique his outfit. I beg you. I know you love doing that, so don't act like you don't.
Sir.
You love to critique a man's tie.
I can't. Well, he's learned his lesson because I have done that in the past. And this gentleman said, I'm going with the one button.
He's
and
like,
you
I'm
ain't
hiding
seeing
it.
my
Yeah.
motherfucking tie length.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, who tailored this jacket?
Yeah.
Who did this to you, sir? Did an undertaker tailor that jacket for you? There's plenty of them in Carroll County. Second, they say don't wear a busy pattern when
Feels
you're on
very
television,
busy.
right?
It also feels out of season.
Well, I'll also say that if they said don't wear a busy pattern, he crushed it because he wore two busy patterns, which is different than a busy pattern. So that is remarkable, sir.
Right, Rich, thanks so much. And as you know,
Wait, is he wearing jeans?
He's wearing, yes, he's
October
wearing
14th.
some denim jeans.
How do you feel about that?
Well, there's a monster behind you. There, eat the tapioca, don't look around. There is it's something going on here that I just don't understand.
Rich, thanks so much. And as you know, we have been covering this case since those teens were killed.
It's not funny. And chunkless. Okay, let me see some comments here. Are those blue jeans or dark jeans? Are those blue slacks or dark jeans? Well, they're denim slacks, okay? What is that dog doing in the background? He's just shadow humping shit.
I have to take him out.
Kay Weber. Okay, well, here we are. I can talk to him. You guys want a little DBI play?
I meant I want to finish my tapioca, and then I'm a BRB.
The yolk. Yolk. Broadcast by Scanner Radio. I interpret this body language is it's his responsibility to get Nick the money to give closure to the community at Rick's demise. That's what I would say. Is it just me? Is it just me, guys? Am I being a little bit harsh on this gentleman? He seems like a fine man. He seems like an outstanding gentleman.
He's not.
Well, I don't know that. And I think it's really cute to say that he's worried about the rights.
A small county like us.
It's not
But we want to make sure that we have a fair, safe, and secure trial.
He wants to make sure they have a fair, safe, and secure trial. Well, you've never had a trial of this magnitude in your county. You've never had, I mean, how many murder trials you had in your county in the last 10 years? Things have changed, right? So if that's the case, you don't know how to have a murder trial, and you're in charge of the courthouse, and we've seen your infatuation with ensuring Judge Gull has a clear path of travel as she peruses your institution, your building that you were in charge of, which is a fine building, I'm sure. I've heard great things about it. I've heard great things. I've seen good people get kicked out of that building, I guess. And I think, although Mr. Nye has asked absolutely no hard questions at all. I mean, what kind of question is this?
County to pay for host. That takes us to a total of over $4 million.
You did the math for him?
Estimated cost for Carroll County to pay for, host, put on this trial.
Who are you? Why are you right there? Who told you to walk behind Rich? Are you paying for this transgression right now?
Is that as staggering to you as it is to me?
I don't know if we touched on this before. He said staggering. Did we touch on that? This man has been staggered like a fucking stun grenade went off, okay? This question is so ridiculous.
Pay for, host.
You have to
pay for, host, put on this trial.
You have to pay for a host to put on this trial. And it costs $4 million because you said $2 million before and $2 million now. Dude.
Is that as staggering to you as it is to me?
This is a tough question. You know, this is a real knuckleball. He says, here are my emotions about it. Can you share your emotions about it?
It is. It's a lot.
It is staggering. He must be responding to that.
It is. It's a lot of money.
It is. It's a lot of money.
Especially for
my Chipotle does $4 million in sales in the morning after the Friday after Welcome Week. We had the best Chipotle in town.
A small county like us. But we want to make sure that we have a fair, safe, and secure trial.
Can you?
Well, you know, if you did want that, why wouldn't you have? If that was a concern, right, in the budget and everything, just have it in fucking Allen County. And the judge already made that decision, though, right? And she decided that they're going to have a jury and veneer, and they're going to all come down there. They're all going to have the occasion to come on down and stay at the West Western and be sequestered. And, you know, that's all good. Hopefully they have security the whole time in the hotel. Hopefully the security is vigilant. Hopefully the hotel is vigilant. And yeah, R&M Productions here, a fan. They may even have the occasion to wear their finest hat. Well, they do have some damn fine hats. And you know what? I do hope they come with some fine hats. There are some fine hats in Carroll County. We've seen them. We know them. We love them. That's a damn fine hat. That is a $65 hat ordered through a local screen printer that probably... Wow, Terry. Are you talking about motherfucking green bean over here? Mean green? The mean bean in the Oasis? Merch time. Well, I'm hosting my show. This guy says he's staggered. Sir, you're exhausted from running in circles, trying to get this man a motherfucking breath of fresh air. Just, if you guys do want to touch on that video again, I know we didn't get into it too far. It is, as I noted before, it is quite a complex video. There's multiple layers there. There's multiple things we need to look at. There's multiple patterns, as we established, and when there's different patterns, you know, it can cause some confusion. So, if we need to touch on that again, DM me on Twitter. We can certainly bring that back around. And speaking of things that clash, we did receive 6,500 orders of the woman doing bullying onto DB shirt. So that's going really well. These are great shirts, and we'll totally send them to you if you just PayPal us the money ahead of time. This is that fucking guy, whatever, dude. The McClellan Recycling, that was really funny. Everyone agrees. Hey, like the video. Do you like the video? Do you like the live? Then like the live. You know what I'm saying? It's not over yet, but just like it. Here's a picture of Fiend. You guys get this one? Geek Squad, you know, because he's trying to fix stuff and everything. I thought that was quite interesting. Okay. This shirt here, this is an $86.92 shirt. We're a small channel here, so it's a lot of money to us. So if you guys do have the occasion to have a spare $86.92 and you like this shirt, I double dog dare you to wear it to trial. Here's the Riddler. This is a gentleman who is just shocked that there is so much attention on this case internationally that people would want to know what's going on. Yeah. We all have seen these before. I do them every show. I run on the ideas. This is the one I flashed. No, that's the one I flashed the fastest. We don't need to talk about that one. I act like it's an accident. There's this guy. He's cute. So, oh, yeah. Okay. Close that out. Get the chat back up. I'm sure the chat is only being helpful. Okay. DB's DMs are open. Do these hats come with a camera in them? They do. I agree with the voice sounds. If it sounds creepy, thank you. I do. People do say that about me, and I appreciate that. The analysis of the green shirt man and bridge guy is too riveting that I can't go to the bathroom, and my thingy is about to burst like a water balloon. Well, speaking of people who have an aversion to using the bathroom, did you guys know that Judge Cole locks people out of the courtroom if they go to the bathroom? Wow. $4.4 for a practice run. He knows it too. Does he know it? I'm not sure. That guy understands civil rights very well. But point well taken. Karen Reed has her duckies and RA has his seagull. Yeah. Seagull. Wouldn't you say? I don't know. Let us know everything comes out, Ange. Well, that is a dog. It's still going, the dog, or okay, coming back down. This is a totally reasonable comment that I would read out loud for no particular reason, but they're flying off the shelf. Well, his books flew off the shelf. Why do you have so many shelves, sir? You have a plethora of shelves, but these are just things that you've leaned up against the wall. And oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, good. I was afraid that I was going to come back and that the video would not still be up.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Can you play the other one of him jumping around again?
What?
Oh. 6 News channel covers pretty much the same story. Same way. Carroll County Council will consider an auditor's request during their next meeting, October 17th. If approved, the request would bring...
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well, no, that was it. It was cut off.
Okay.
If approved, the request would bring the trial cost of $4 million. Wow. They didn't find a way to sneak diss our people. K. Weber. Wait, what? We have the most beautiful hats in Carroll County. Believe me. I walked in the store and thought, my God, this is... Oh, okay, I see. I walked in the store. I said, my God, this is a beautiful hat. Dude, chill. I did not release this information public. Oh, you're talking about him. Okay. Judge Jessica, Your Honor, by October 17th, it's the first day of the trial. Isn't that a little late? Well, seems like it would be an emergency funding situation. So you might have the occasion to hire the emergency management director to be an accountant and a civil rights attorney, I guess. Travis, I know you've had the occasion to partake in a little bit of local politics. You happen to know a little bit about it. Is it the emergency management person's right? Is he worried about people's rights at trial and assuring a fair duty or a fair trial? I mean, you don't want him to actively rally against it, but man, you're the spokesperson for this in your county, and you have a hat on, which is fine. You have a hat. People have hats, right? But you don't think, hey, this is a county executive here. They can't even submit reimbursement requests. Right. Something's going on, and a wolf is wandering around Ange's room. Yes, that is actually my alter ego. I'm a wolf. Okay, go ahead, Ange. The show is yours. Are you okay? Can we get some fingers up if you're good? Put a 1 up.
How am I supposed to follow
How
this?
am I supposed
I don't
to
know where the fuck
live
I am
life?
now. Oh
Okay,
my
okay.
god. Did you play the planet clip while I was gone?
I didn't. I was worried about another clip that was very important.
What is
Oh, Komama. I think everyone who doesn't get in the courtroom should wear their best derby hat while waiting outside so they don't ruin their nice court clothes from seagull shit. Well, there's going to be plenty of seagull shit, I do believe.
what's the most no, never mind.
What's the nastiest bird shit there is?
No.
Oh.
No. Sure.
Well, I would say seagulls up there, but I think the peregrine falcon, it could deep dive at approximately 400 miles per hour.
Your voice
And it's
is
not
so-
necessarily that what? It's not necessarily the stink or the texture. If you do feel it, rub it between your fingers. It's not particularly gross. But when a peregrine falcon dives 400 miles an hour, that shit is flying pretty quick, and it can really lay a rope on you. It could slap you with a good one,
It can really slap you. You've been laid out by a
Yeah, I've gotten a peregrine
Yeah.
falcon rope shot at me.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Oh my god.
yeah, what?
I found what I was looking
Hello,
for.
are you talking to me?
Nope.
That's my name. You guys just downloaded malware.
For funsies?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a little trap and trace. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A laden African swallow, says Aaron. Why can't I? Oh, I got it. What am I doing wrong here?
Just in general, or
Yes.
I think you probably need to change your StreamYard mod. If you were to have the occasion.
Never. Okay, I found it. Nope, that's not. Should we talk about the criminal case against
Time's up
Michelle?
on your prepaid minutes, princess.
No.
That was my message to Rich Nye. Time's up on your prepaid minutes, princess.
Excuse me for a
That's
second.
such a
Yeah, who
good
this?
word.
Fees? What's up, dude? Yeah, it's for you.
Are you fucking insane, dude?
I didn't know
Where's
that was
Fiend?
Fiend.
He's definitely
I don't
not
know.
asleep. Who knows?
Well-
Okay, ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oops. Fuck.
Well, they want closure, I think, is the biggest thing.
Man, that pen is just going hard, dude.
In Libby, their families in this community, this nation, and even our planet.
What? Our planet? Why is he roping in the planet?
Can you
Abby
leave
and
all
Libby,
of human
their families in
civilization
this
out of
community,
it for 2
this
seconds, Doug?
nation, and even our planet.
What are you doing?
What? Our planet? Why is he roping in the planet?
Can
That's
you leave the
amazing.
celestial bodies out of it?
No.
And
Why
people
did
are
he
like,
have to say planet? Why couldn't he just say world? You know, he had to be like as extra as possible.
oh, this is a great question. I was watching that guy that yells at his wife the other day. he was going over this TikTok.
Oh, that woman who
TikTok.
found the thing.
Did she find a thing? Was there an occasion to find a thing?
The dogs alerted to the thing. I don't know what came of it though.
Yeah, well, we all know that in a court of law, you have to have the certification of the dog. You have to know what type of hound they are. If they have a cadaver training, you need to have a record of it.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a record of the cadaver training?
What else? What would right? I was thinking that. What would record keeping of the cadaver dogs look like?
Well, you would want to know if they had any false hits. You want to know
Yeah.
their training record, right?
Uh-huh.
You would want to make sure that they were, when they go to Sinaloa, that they don't use the bathroom for at least 24 hours after they go back across the border for no particular reason. It's a cop dog. Why would a cop dog have keistered cocaine? I don't know.
Keistered cocaine. I don't know. Speaking of. So can you a cadaver dog, so didn't, as I understand it, didn't the police tell this woman that it was like, he's a happy guy, he's wagging his tail. Didn't the police tell the lady that like it was a false hit and it was just blood and not a body?
I don't know.
But that doesn't make any sense, right? Because aren't they trained to sniff?
I was kind of more waiting to see what Gray Hughes had to say about it before I made my final decision.
Okay.
Oh,
I forgot about Gray Hughes until I saw him on Court TV the other day.
He was on Court TV. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
I asked him. Oh, okay. Did you already ask me this? I just looked at our private chat.
Like private. Yeah, no, it's too late. Sorry. You missed the train. You missed the train.
I am so sorry. Could you hear that?
You hear everything.
Uh-oh. Okay, there's one video I wanted to play.
Mm-hmm.
Are y'all good in the chat? We're gonna delete this immediately.
We're gonna y'all. You know, you might maybe report it to it. Like,
yeah, maybe report the
unsubscribe
video.
Yeah.
DB done a harass. DB been mean. DB bully. I did bullying onto Rich Day.
Man, I missed it. Oh my god. Oh my god,
Okay.
Caitlin, look at this.
I'm allergic to drugs. I break out in handcuffs and restraining orders.
That cat shot was scary. Oops,
Cat
I'm
shot.
sorry. I'm not going to touch it anymore. I'm done.
What?
I keep unpinning your pins.
No, I'm not doing. Wait, I didn't do anything. Who's back here?
I didn't even notice you changed your your thing.
Oh, my.
Are you going to see the new Joker?
No, this is. I just woke up like this. I'm not a fan.
who's? I don't know what you mean.
Is there a new Joker? Is it Jacques?
I bet somebody in here has seen it, or at least has plans to see it, and I'm sure that.
Oh, I bet Fiend is watching it right now, trying to plan his little rebuttal to me. He thinks he's Joaquin Phoenix, and I'm the real Joker. I'm Heath Ledger IRL.
Yeah, actually, I could see it.
Yep.
There are some overlaps, I would say, in your overall demeanor and
jaw structure.
yeah. At least you have one. A jawbone. I'm in Colorado. What state is doing pot? Who state is doing. Who Travis wants to know whose state is doing. New York is doing pot. Colorado's definitely doing pot.
Hey, what's up with people doing weed, dude?
I don't know. We got to do something about it, you know.
Doing the weeds. The only weed I'm in is page 785 of the DCS Indiana regulations.
Wondering when if this was gonna make an appearance.
What?
You've really been in the weeds of that topic. Have you been having a blast?
Yeah, it's a blast, I gotta say.
The man who said he was.
Can you guys hear this?
Yes.
This is a
there
video
by
here.
himself. Now, I want to read this from the problem. Go ahead.
You guys hear that right there?
Wait,
if you guys watched the video, the other day, you might have heard a little quack, right? It's just want anything to do with it.
Now, I want to read this from the.
You hear that?
I want
fun
to
little
read this.
quack?
I want to read this from. Now, I want to read this.
That's Gray Hughes thinking that Vinnie Politan's about to ask him a question.
From the problem. Go ahead, Barbara.
I was going to say, they also wrote his name down wrong in that tip.
Did they write?
Listen to Barbara. No, listen to.
That's what we're doing.
This whole
It's a
segment is
video.
a mess. You have to let it play because she doesn't even get his name right.
I was going to talk about the hallway being filmed.
Oh my god, I can't breathe.
They wrote.
Why are you
Look how-
stopping it?
Look how polite Tobe Liaisonby is with his chin. He moves his chin back a little bit so these gentlemen can get through.
Oh my god.
Down wrong in that tip. They wrote Richard Allen Whiteside because he lived on Whiteside Drive in Delphi. And so.
No, he didn't. Wait. Can you pause?
Oh, you want me to play it again?
I'm gonna pee my pants, Barbara.
I already peed mine. This is a 5-hour stream.
Wait, can you play that? Can you play
Down
Toby?
wrong in that tip.
Sir, tuck your chin. Stand up straight when they walk. You're in the doorway. You're the elected head law enforcement officer. You're a literal fucking doorstop right now. And they're talking about the costs of the trial. Sir.
Go ahead, Barbara.
These guys are on overtime. Go ahead, Barbara.
I was going to.
Now, I want by himself. He said he was there by himself. Now, I want to read this from the. Read this. This from.
I was going to say, they also wrote his
Watch
name
the
down
chin.
wrong in that tip.
Ooh.
Wrong in that
Ooh.
tip.
Ooh.
They wrote Richard Allen Whiteside because he lived on Whiteside Drive.
They didn't write that, did they?
What is this?
Barbara, is that your book?
What
Or
is
is that your podcast behind you?
Yes.
On the left would be your right, ma'am. Unless this is a mirrored video. We're not sure.
What?
This is a different planet. Welcome.
Drive in Delphi.
So she invented 3 things. The tip being saying that it was these things, right? That's not an omission, right? She's not a finder of fact here. But she said that they put these things in the tip. And one thing that they put was a name that she invented. Well, it's not an actual invention because Hassan Whiteside used to be a center for the Miami Heat in 2017. A great player. That's not a made-up last name. Whitesides do exist. But she did construct a whole other address.
Because he lived on Whiteside Drive in Delphi. Because he lived on Whiteside Drive.
They wrote Robert Weedman because he lived on Robert Weedman. I heard they wrote Old McDonald because he had a fucking farm. Oh my god, dude.
In Delphi. And so
They got Delphi, right? It was a sleepy little town.
Drive in Delphi.
What is she
And so
talking about? She said it twice.
No, I just replayed it a bunch.
No, I know, but she said it twice.
Whiteside
What?
Side, because he lived on Whiteside Drive in Delphi. And so had anybody followed up on it, they might have been following up on a Richard Whiteside.
I never saw this. Oh my god. I missed this the other night. Oh my god.
Get up in the chair. You can't show weakness right now. People are attacking you online. Crawl if you can. Get some strength. Get some strength, you human jellyfish.
And not a Richard
Can you
Matthew
play it
Hyde,
again?
because he lived on Whiteside Drive in Delphi.
Fiend. No, he didn't.
And so had anybody followed up on it, they might have been following up on a Richard Whiteside.
I can't hear her say it again.
Okay, we're gonna move right past that. Well, this makes me think.
This is the whole fucking shit. You don't know fucking anything. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
I have
And
to
not
check
a Richard
it
Matthew
out.
Allen.
Not a Richard Matthew Allen. She got that right. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. This is inappropriate. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Least she wrote a book. It was a podcast. I just misspoke. But Fafuki, 420 Mama. People doing weed. What planet is this? I think the one that Doug was referring to. Is he checking for receipts? Who? Gray Hughes? This motherfucker lost a CVS receipt that was stapled to his chest. How the fuck can I go to this trial and not be rude as fuck, laughing my ass off? I don't know. I feel bad. I feel bad about my hysterical laughing, and I peed my pants 3 times. Barbara has a booger. Does she have a bug?
I didn't notice a bug.
She has the occasion to have a booger. That is unfortunate, but at least I would rather have 16 boogers hanging out of my face than one occasion to have my motherfucking tie clasp knock the foul. I'll tell you what. That is a tie clasp foul.
It's in fucking no man's land. What is it doing?
That is 45 degrees. It is
It's at least
actually
45.
213 degrees if you calculate it correctly. And it points at something. Okay. I think we're done with this young lady. Barbara, I like you.
What is she doing?
I'm sorry. I've said shit wrong about the case too. I've done that. But when you do it,
That's fucking illegal. I want to give you a hug.
unreal.
Are you fucking insane, dude? This is the whole fucking shit. You don't.
Oh my god.
That's my name.
Oops, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. That's fine. Just fucking take the shit down. I was about to riff on you.
I don't know why I did that. I was done, I guess.
Okay, anyways, so this is about this criminal case that we're talking about here against Richard Allen.
I think I
right?
pulled a Muslim. Yeah.
Well, at least you're not on the ground anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Started from the bottom. Now I'm here. I blocked this person. Don't pin him.
Oops, I was
No, you
actually
can pin him. I actually don't know. I just blocked him because he was annoying me, but I don't know who it is. Count von Van Terloins. Oh, gee, I wonder.
Richard Whitesnake.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Richard Whitesnake. Oh. Sing that song to my lonely friend. Oh, no, not gonna go there. That is a very particular name. He lived on the other side of the tracks. Well, I lived there too.
DB, tell us a story about the other side of the tracks.
Well, where I grew up, parts unknown.
Mm-hmm.
When I had the occasion to be a child,
Yeah.
I wandered a little too far one time.
Yeah.
And this gentleman says, "Hey, do you like uranium nitrate sticks?"
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And I said, "Boy, do I."
Boy, does he.
And I was like, it must be like one of those little Coca-Cola wax bottles, you know? You just pop the top. Glug, 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 glug. And that's what I did. And now we're here. You didn't pay Fudan. I don't know who that is, but Anthony Life Alert. Well, woman doing whatever the fuck. That sexy nun knows what's up. Dude, she fucking rules. Anthony Ramirez. Anthony Ramirez. You mean
Anthony Rene.
Rene.
That's my white guy
Where's
impersonation.
the other one where he's like, hold on, I'm gonna find it. Anthony Rene. Can you roll your R's, DB?
I had a soundboard for that.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to appropriate culture.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What was I gonna DB, what was I gonna do?
Oh, this is great. This is a good question here. DB, did you eat some magic brownies today? LOL. I am some people say they have a double major, right?
What
And
is your double major? Wait, let me mute.
Yeah. I'm going to tell the story. So some people have a double major, right? I have a double personality. I have overly analytical, will lose himself staring deep into a computer monitor for 12 hours at a time, disassociating from the world. And I have a schizo poster. I have schizo poster troll. Guess which one is activated? Can you roll? None finer. What you trying to get into? Bye-bye car? Chicken? Steak? Pinto beans, black beans? Patricia? Not an option for the beans. Back of the line, lady.
I dissociated for a second. I didn't hear what you said. I just heard you say something about lady. Did you do an OCD, DB? OCD.
Patricia McClellan. Patricia. My word, the amount of people we have blocked tonight that created accounts on September 13th. Just be
What happened on September 13th?
I don't even know. It was probably.
I don't even notice that shit. Like Courtney has better attention to detail though than I do. She's really good at details. She can do details really good.
She sure can.
Yeah, she's really good at a lot of stuff. But that's just one of the things she's really good at.
No, we all agree. She's great.
I know.
We weren't saying anything mean about her.
I know.
Are you gonna play that video of the walking magic carpet guy? Mr. Sad Boy with the cargo pants.
Who?
Never mind.
No, I don't get the reference.
What video was Fisker or Michael or whatever the fuck his name on with Gull?
Mike Fincher?
Fincher, yes. David Fincher.
I don't have another video of him.
David Fincher. I'll ask you guys a question.
Wait, but I do have.
Fincher was the director for the series Mindhunter, which portrayed John Douglas.
You don't even like John Douglas or Mindhunter. I'm putting, I guess, I'm airing all of our private issues tonight.
Do you understand? I know the most about the things I can't stand.
I know. It's infuriating. Tell
Oh,
us
you want
about
to have a totally reasonable opinion around me? Here
No.
comes a
Here comes the
OCD.
fucking Kool-Aid man, except instead of walls, it's fucking hopes and dreams. I'm just kidding. What do you think about John Douglas?
I think John Douglas is a fine man. He's a reverend of a man. He's a great man.
He's a good man. He's a
He's a
reverend.
good
Yeah.
man.
Oh my god, I just found it really funny. I wonder if I can share this. I think I can. Maybe.
Season 2, far better than season 1. Where's my can opener, bro? What? I don't have a very good organization of my cupboards and my drawers. I would find it difficult to find a can opener, except for I have a crowbar. There's people here that are chatting with us, Ange.
Sorry.
It's called your audience.
I
We
know.
appreciate these people.
I love them very much. I would die for them.
They're gonna literally clip that. She said she was gonna die for them.
We should just let her.
Dude,
Like, Jesus
let her.
Christ. We should just let her.
Do it.
Where the fuck? I'm about to give up on. I don't think I can find it.
Speaking of giving up,
Yeah.
10 years ago today, I re-entered the world after sleeping for 11 hours.
You're also your DB Cooper and your Rip Van Winkle. Do you know the legend of Rip Van Winkle?
Yeah, I do.
Do you?
Yes, he slept for a very long time,
How long did he sleep?
and that's how long I could sleep for.
I know.
And still know more about this case than you. I could take the longest nap of all time and come out, and Ron Logan still wouldn't be the main suspect.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You forget more about this case than you.
Yeah, I forget a lot of shit about the case, just like Barb does, but she has a really cool podcast.
Wait, what was it? White
Fuck
White
Drive.
what was it?
White Fellow.
White fellow. Okay. You know what I was thinking? Like, never mind.
No, go ahead.
No.
I insist.
I forgot where I was for a second.
On live.
Yep.
Okay, there's one more video I'm going to show, and then we're going to
Yes.
delete this shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Then this shit is fucking gone. Don't clip it. Don't back it up.
Mm-mm. No, I'm gonna just throw the entire fucking computer out into the Hudson River when we're done. So
It's not a computer. It's a Mac.
how do you know?
I'm just kidding. Yeah, there is. Personal computer is Windows, you know?
Is that a fact?
Yeah, do you know anyone else that would know that other than me?
No.
I
Actually
know everything.
I know.
I'm just kidding.
No,
My-
don't backpedal now that
No, I'm
you
gonna
feel
back- I'm sorry.
ashamed of
I'm-
your confidence.
I'm ashamed of my confidence.
Don't
I have
be.
the occasion to be confident, and
Yeah.
that's not
If you're gonna do it, you need to just do it.
not a great move.
Hi, Jeff.
Who the fuck is
Ooh.
that? Jeff Jones?
Burn.
Ooh.
It's not
Oh, can I break this comment down?
Yes, please break it down.
There was not a D or a B in this whole thing. There was actually one D. Okay, and that is a problem.
But there's a B in the well, no, there's not. There's a B in
Being a little bitch.
It's so amazing how like the same bullshit over and over for like an entire like lifetime can still like be funny. Like there's just like certain things that will always be funny to me. Like, never mind.
Yeah, one thing I like to do is when my friends and I are, which I don't have, when my friends and I are in public around people and we all don't know each other that well and they tell a story, I go, no, you didn't.
Ew. That's awful.
I don't even know if they did or not.
That's awful.
They probably did, and they're very proud of it.
Oh, that's
I say
awful.
that
You
was
troll your
indignant.
friends?
I don't know if it's trolling. I just woke up like this. I just can't help it.
I just
It's
woke up and chose
compulsion.
violence.
I woke up and chose.
Oh my god, you told me a really funny story. No, never mind.
Oh, what was it?
Remember the okay. May
Be
I?
careful now.
Nothing identifying. Remember the really long-winded story that you told about your friend who I called him only one wolf because he only had sex one time. Do you remember?
Oh, yep. That is yep.
Did you
It's
ever
one
read
time
that book as a
Winston.
child? What's his
One
name?
time Winston. Oh, Winston, one time. You done it again.
There were like some
No, he had a
there were
comeback. I'm telling you.
there were some issues with that story though.
Oh, there's some issues identified by psychologists with
They've done studies.
the threat analysis team. How y'all doing in the chat, huh? Who else has a split personality?
Probably
Have you
everyone who's still
considered your
here.
vibes are fuck DB? That's the vibe.
Yeah.
It's the lack of a vibe.
Maggie thinks you had staph, my dear.
A
Is that what
staph-
strep is a staff?
Yeah,
You did a
it's staph
staff.
in your throat. Oh, remember the staph story? I'm not gonna tell that, but that is a motherfucking story, dude. That is one for the ages.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Poor thing. Hey, you're kind of accident and illness prone, huh? Now that I think about it.
You know, when you put on,
your epidermis is sensitive.
well, when you go so hard,
Yeah, true.
and you put on for the people, you
You
get
pour
your
so much
epidermis
of yourself
damaged.
into them. Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys know everything about me. I'm an open book, and that's the
Absolutely.
thing about me.
We FOIA'd your Chipotle employee records even.
Yeah, that is information that is public. I have literally been listening to another podcast this whole time. Is my mic unmuted?
That's so fucked. Is that true?
Yeah, and I had some ice creams and they melted, but I don't really give a fuck.
Remember the other night when you said that you just let your ice cream melt onto your coffee table and then you flipped your coffee table over and you were going to pick it back
Yeah, I
up
didn't
tomorrow?
even see it. I
Did you
didn't.
pick it
It's
up
still
yet?
there. No, and I don't care.
What do I think of Gypsy Rose? Somebody would like for me
Dude.
to answer a question.
Nope, I'm gonna go ahead on that one. Go ahead.
My issue with the Gypsy Rose case lies more in the sentence disparity between Gypsy Rose and the young man who actually did the physical act of murdering her mom, as far as we know. That's my issue with it. I believe that it's sad that the machine, the prison machine in this country likely has not equipped Gypsy Rose in the ways that somebody with her trauma and
Posted that picture of her.
Huh? So I don't know. I can't look away though. You've studied her. She's diabolical. No abuse. I am intrigued.
That's what he said. No
MVP.
abuse. That she wasn't abused.
MVP. Munchausen by proxy. So no abuse or Munchausen? Interesting. I'm intrigued. Yeah.
What do you think about the other Munchausen by proxy case with in Florida? Take care of. I forget the name.
Remind me.
Her mom.
Oh, did she win? They sued the hospital, right?
Yeah.
I have. Well, can you ask me a more specific question?
I can. Do you think
I knew you could.
hospitals shouldn't abuse patients?
I tend to lean towards hospitals should not abuse their patients, particularly their most vulnerable patients. But, you know, I know a little bit about that case. I know enough to know that it seems complicated. I wanted to contact you for your opinion. You can absolutely contact me. Oh my God, except I have a rogue.
Mod.
Is there no way to just disable one key on my keyboard?
I already told you how to do it.
No, you didn't.
I did.
How? Did you tell me or did you send me a video that you expected me to remember to watch?
I
I didn't.
I mean, it reads like a hysterical Yelp review.
Oh, I was like, and yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh, her mom. Wait, her mom.
Hermione?
Wait, she tried to shoot and poison her mom before tying to. Interesting. You know, I feel like I'm open to, yeah, I know next to nothing aside from just what I've seen on, like, it would be like asking somebody who's not an obsessive kind of disorderly hyperfixated on the Delphi case, like,
you rang?
yeah, I was talking about you. It'd be asking like a normie person their opinion on Delphi. Like, that's probably my, like, I don't have any actual like nuanced, in-depth opinions about it, except for what I've seen on like mainstream, you know, nonsense. But Munchausen by proxy is a terrible, devastating, horrific. I don't know if it's let me make sure. Is it an illness or is it a condition? Or is it neither? So it's actually called factitious disorder now. So it's a disorder.
No, it's not. See? Isn't that fucking punishing? It's a fucking such a dickhead move.
Yeah.
My bad, God.
But see, never mind. MO. Law enforcement is worse than Delphi. I had a cousin who had Munchausen with her daughter, but not her sons. Yeah, I think that because it's child abuse, right? It's a different manifestation of child abuse, and it's not uncommon for one child, whether it's like the weaker child or the younger child or the more accessible child, to get the brunt of the abuse. And I suspect that that's also the case with something like that. That's sad.
Is that your professional clinical?
Nope, I don't have any of those. It's just my crank opinion.
The crank opinion is the right opinion. Yeah, dude, do you have that one video?
Probably. Which one?
The crank one?
Yeah. The one you made?
Yeah.
I'm not sharing the full one. The one you made.
Yeah, the one I made.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I didn't make that, but yeah, it is.
The one that you found.
I had the occasion to come across.
You had the occasion to stumble upon. I like the
We're down to 104 people. Y'all are weird, dude. You still listening to us?
It's Saturday night.
I'm just kidding. It's like Saturday night.
There ain't nothing out there for them, you know? What's out there that they haven't seen before?
So all you need is right here.
Yeah, you've seen
we
it all.
talk
You've
about the
been
criminal
there, done
case against Richard Allen.
Yeah, and sometimes other things.
And other
You know?
topics.
Yeah. Been there, done that. You've seen it all. Nothing new under the sun.
Nothing.
So, how is Judge Gull going to determine who she lets in to the physical courthouse and who she doesn't let into the courthouse? How is this going to happen?
Well, there's like 40 people allowed.
I kind of want. Yeah. I can only find the GIF. Oh no, I found it. Remember when you put it up on? Never mind. I'm glitching. I'm doing
Glitch
a
away.
glitch. I'm doing a glitch. What do you think Nick McClelland's trial wardrobe will be like?
Better than Rich and I's.
You think? I haven't really heard you criticize Nick McClelland's wardrobe as much as I might expect to. I think you gave him
that's
shit
because I'm
one
not
time.
a bully. I don't punch down.
I think that I heard you give him shit maybe one time. He wore like a tan. It was like a light colored suit, and it was yeah, it wasn't the move. I just assumed, you're a fashion pioneer. I just assumed you would have,
I prefer icon.
a fashion icon, some would say, in fact. And I was going to say that, but you didn't let me finish. A fashion pioneer icon. And I'm surprised you didn't have more to say about
That's true. DB is going to marry Mr. Allen. Like anybody who wants to marry Mr. Allen, you're going to have to fight DB for him. His DB, like, sorry, I'm scrolling through these.
You got it, guys?
Write that down. Write that down. I anticipate bold fashion decisions.
I anticipate that this man has been thinking about that for years.
He literally has been thinking about that. The way that he was, dressed at the Halloweeny press conference, you remember? You could just tell, he put a lot of thought into that. He really did. Love it or hate it. He thought a lot about it. I bet you he has all of his outfits laid out already. That's what I think. Clearly, I've thought about this. Where the fuck is this? About 2 minutes before I lose interest in looking for it. Oh, I found it. Okay. Is anyone going to trial? Anyone want to share if you are going to trial? No pressure. You don't have to.
There's still 104 people.
Yeah. Are you surprised?
No, I told you the other day, you're popular. People like you. This is a cool thing to do.
And
you're like, oh my
Imagine.
God.
What did I say?
You said, oh my God.
Imagine. Remember, there was a time where if anyone said, people like you, you're popular, the belly laughs that would be laughed. There was a time, once upon a time.
No, please don't leave, people. I need this.
What am I looking for?
A video of a twerk.
Oh, okay. I just realized I've just been scrolling up and down and not actually. Yeah, okay. I got it. Do you ever do that?
No.
Okay.
I get what I get and I need what I need and I do it and I go.
I actually know that about you, believe it or not. That's a very accurate description.
Thank you.
I know you're being funny, but that's actually so true. That's so DB.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Encapsulates, man. Why do you think Judge Gull hates the media so much? Do you think that she thinks the media is Do you think that she thinks that she's like, what is the term that a targeted individual?
Yeah, targeted individuals.
Do they hate the media?
No, they think the media is following them around, which is like what they want. Like they think that's fucking fire.
They think it's following them around. The media or people or just anyone?
They
They
don't
think they're being
know.
stalked.
They think people have cameras for heads.
I didn't know it was that weird. That's alarming.
Why?
Because that speaks to a more serious disordered. Isn't there a lot of people who like believe that like subscribe to that?
Yeah, and it's like the deniability of it is very, very powerful because you can't
Yeah.
prove it. Like they can't prove it. They
Yeah.
can't. Like they say, like, you know, they pinged my phone or like there was a satellite, and that's like, what do you do? Like you can't. You can try to get through to them,
Yeah.
and it doesn't.
Yeah. What's
work
to be
sometimes.
done? Like, what do you even do about people like that though? Like, what's to be done?
I think you just go live with them and slowly embarrass them over time.
You just like slowly. Oh, I found it. Whew.
Okay, we're gonna Irish goodbye after that, but don't say that we're gonna Irish goodbye.
Yeah,
but play it.
You never coordinate with me, so I don't know. So then you do it, and I'm like, oh well, I have to, make a plan now. It's like, can you? How do I? Okay, hold on. I have to mute one really quick. I like how I was like, we're going to do a shorter stream because we've had some requests for shorter streams. Okay, next time.
That was just me asking you not to do this.
Oh, right. Of course. No, I had like one person was like, I just can't sit around. The way they said it, I was like, that's fair. Like,
No, it is actually fair.
They're like, I
have
just
heard
can't
that
sit
too.
around for 6 hours. And I was like, oh God.
I
What am I
watch
doing with my
everything
life?
at once, so I totally get it.
You consume 60 hours of content and information in what? 6 to 12 hours.
Yes. It's
It's
not good.
amazing. Okay, one second.
Not feeling it anymore. Too far.
I had to screen record it because I can't find it. So I did it. I'm done. This is gonna be like a punchline that like by the time you finally get to it,
Well, just let's not do it. We only have 100 people here now, so 4 people that we really were worried about left.
Oh.
I was just kind of more scared of being alone in my own thoughts, so I was just kind of.
Well, you only have 8 other podcasts playing. Wait, so do you put a different podcast in each ear?
No, I only do it with speaker.
Really? That's
Yeah,
surprising
but
to
if
me.
I were to have, if I had one AirPod in, I could not stop listening to whatever else I could hear. So I need to like be in absolute silence.
Interesting. Do you listen to? Well, never mind.
Internet crank.
Is it gonna get copyright strike?
I don't fucking care. Who
We're gonna
gives
delete this shit anyway.
Who gives a exactly? Who gives a fuck? Copyright strike.
And with internet.
I don't know.
Why Why can't I get this to save? Oh, I got it. It's so stupid.
It's so stupid. People are going to be very disappointed.
They're gonna be so disappointed. They've probably already seen it. Okay.
Yeah, this is the core audience here. Like, they definitely already
That's
seen it.
true. They will follow us into the fucking pit cell at this point. Except I'm doing an airdrop. Beautiful criminal network. I'm just gonna listen tonight to help me fall asleep. I'm gonna listen to Barbara. That clip of Barbara just on repeat,
Yep.
probably.
No, I like that. That is excellent.
To feel alive, you know. You ever feel like you just need to feel alive? Oh, here it is. Okay, here we go.
No, I haven't felt alive in years.
Yeah. Oh my god, I can't even. I gotta do something. I gotta make some change.
Yeah, we gotta work some shit out, dude. We've been fucking up, man. We respect the audience, and we're really not showing much respect with all this.
Speak for yourself, man. This is my best. This is the best I got. Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Richard Allen's defense team have worked hand in hand with internet cranks.
That's not the right one.
What do you mean?
Hold up.
It's not? It's the one I tweeted. Which one did you mean? Oh, the one on the other stream?
No,
Then what do you mean?
I don't know.
We're gonna take this offline. It's probably about. You know what, DB?
Let's get it rolling.
Oh, that was not the one I wanted to play at all.
No, you just put.
You delete this shit ASAP, dude. That was dead serious. I did not mean to do that.
We all just did a collective trauma.
Where the fuck did it even come from, dude?
I don't know. I think that maybe
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a clip.
somebody did a
I accidentally uploaded one time.
somebody did a warrantless
Bing bong.
Oh my god, my fighter flight engaged. I was punched a hole in my neck.
Oh, you almost called in some some exigent circumstances. Oops.
Lee Cardell, can you give me a couple sentences about what and why this live's been about?
It's been about how fast we're gonna fucking private this shit.
Woman is like literally nothing. We started off strong. No,
We'll clip it.
I don't even remember. When did we start out? Were you were here from the beginning, weren't you?
Yes, I was, and I said I wasn't gonna do.
I
know. The other DB's back. He's in here with me, and he's just kind of looking at the monitor right now. So
Okay. It's a 4-hour Seinfeld episode, yeah. Since Delphi, I used to believe in destiny. Now I wake up and say, fuck that bitch. There's no I in team, but there is a you in cunt. Ooh, sassy, Cindy. I like that. Lee Cordell, I do want to address your question. To be fair, what did we start? Does anybody in the chat remember, with all sincerity, what we started this live talking about?
dude, the people that were in the chat when we started are graduate students now.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh my God. Click. Okay, we talked about Todd Click. We titled it burner phone and we didn't, I don't think we talked about burner phones once. Maybe once.
That was the strategy.
We had about 20 minutes of useful stuff. That feels fair. Love you too, Lee. I started the live addressing the chat, saying hi to everybody. Oh, well, you're going to fit right into this live then. Don't even worry. Just lean right in. Who even cares? What even does anything mean, you know?
Yeah.
Do you guys ever just think about
The planet.
what'd you say, DB?
You ever just think about the planet?
Yeah. Oh my God. That feels like, what did everybody feel when DB did that? What did that bring up inside of you in the chat? Put about one or two feeling. You know what? Put one or two feeling words in the chat. What did that feel like to you? I'll start. No, I'll go second because I want to pull up something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you're driving for 8 hours, you run out of stuff to say. You just need for charity. Yeah. Abandonment. Uh-huh. Yeah. Lee, right back at you, Lee. Now we're really getting too consistent. Seriously. Okay. Wait. If the case gets solved, where are we all going to meet? I don't know, right here. Is it going to get solved? Here's the good thing about this case. This shit ain't never getting solved. I'm having abandonment thoughts already. Yeah. Define solved. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good question. Woman, we love you. Yeah, so DB and I are planning, we're gonna, obviously, let's be real, there's no way in fucking hell that I'm getting into that courtroom. So instead, we're just gonna lean against the courthouse, the outside of the courthouse wall, like to, and just do a cigarette while they're in there and just kind of hang around and loiter. If anyone would like to join us, we're going to be smoking cigarettes. We're going to be chain smoking. All right, everybody. Pick a feeling. How did that feel? And then we can go, and then we can all get the fuck out of here and forget that this night ever happened. I think I feel unfocused. Inspired. Curious. I definitely feel cheeky. I always feel aroused. Playful. I know, and I also can't zoom the wheel. I can't spin the wheel and I can't zoom in the wheel, so yeah, it's too small. I can't read. Can you watch who shows up with who and live stream it? That's an option. Yes, with listening cups up against the wall. We will watch Captain Kangaroo. Peggy's going to sell Lucy's on the side. Despair all day, every day. Flimsy and half buzzed. What does I like that. Emotionally flimsy or physically flimsy? Either way, I like it. I'm tall and in the dark, I'm handsome. I love that for you. Here's the thing. I don't know how to stop sharing my screen. Oh, yes, I do. Well, folks, this has been a delight. This has been just truly the best night of my life. And maybe we'll keep this stream. Maybe we'll delete it. We're probably going to delete it. Again, live. Okay.